Chapter 943. Dagmar snuck into the Omphalos at all costs. He was prepared to be severely injured or even killed. But it was all for the quintessence shard in Han Hao's body. Greed had destroyed his rationality and made him come here in a frenzy. He could give up on his subordinates who had been following him all this time. But for the quintessence shard, Dagmar had completely lost his mind. When he found no trace of the quintessence shard in Han Hao's body, he became hysterical. He grabbed Han Hao's chest and howled, "Hand it over! Hand it over!" Han Hao looked at the deranged Dagmar with an indifferent face. There was no sadness, no joy, no shock, no fear. It was as though Dagmar was grabbing someone else, and he was just an indifferent bystander. "Commander, someone is coming. Hurry!" That subordinate heard the shrill howls from afar and knew that the experts of the fringe were gathering here. He hastily warned Dagmar when he saw that Dagmar had lost his mind. "Han Hao, hand it over and I won't kill you. I promise I won't kill you." Dagmar's eyes were as red as blood as he held onto Han Hao tightly as he yelled, enunciating each word. "Just kill me," said Han Hao coldly. "Do you really want to die?" Dagmar bellowed. The veins on his forehead bulged. He was in a dilemma. On one hand, he wanted nothing more than to tear Han Hao into pieces. On the other hand, he wanted to know the whereabouts of the quintessence shard from Han Hao. "Commander, we're running out of time." The voice of one of his loyal subordinates was already sobbing, for Dagmar's usual composure was nowhere to be found, and he had stayed far longer than he had expected. "Fine, I'll fulfill your wish," Dagmar roared. He steeled his heart and prepared to kill Han Hao. All of a sudden, a frigid aura enveloped the entire area. The white, frigid aura instantly fell on Dagmar's body and completely enveloped him. The bone-chilling power immediately affected Dagmar, causing his limbs to stiffen and making him unable to exert his strength for a moment. At the same time, the frigid aura rapidly spread from Dagmar to the surroundings. Dust, gravel, and wood were all frozen. Dagmar's aura that had locked onto Han Hao suddenly broke. The frigid aura seemed to have a life of its own. It affected Dagmar, his subordinates, and even inanimate objects. However, it spared the little skull Han Hao in Dagmar's hand. Han Hao, who had been prepared to be killed by Dagmar's attack, keenly grasped this rare opportunity. The moment Dagmar and his subordinates were trapped by the frost energy, he immediately retreated and fled from Dagmar's side without a care for anything else. Although Dagmar's hand had reached into Han Hao's chest, it didn't take his life. This was because Dagmar knew that the quintessence shard was his main target. When his other hand reached into Han Hao's abdomen and discovered that there was no trace of the quintessence shard, he immediately withdrew his hand without destroying Han Hao's body. Of course, due to the uniqueness of this body, Han Hao wouldn't die so easily even if Dagmar crushed his internal organs. He would still be able to live on peacefully. After all, this body was different from a normal human's. It was not as if all the internal organs in the body had exploded and all the body's functions would stop. "Dagmar, how dare you come to the Omphalos? You're courting death." A cold and stern voice sounded from not far away. Wasis, one of the 5 sovereigns of the fringe, was the first to arrive. He managed to free Han Hao from Dagmar's grasp just in time. As soon as Wasis finished shouting, he appeared in front of Dagmar. An enormous domain of divinity instantly enveloped the entire area. A frigid aura several times colder than that of an ice cave descended. Even the ground seemed to have been frozen and cracked. Bone-chilling cracking sounds could be heard. Dagmar's momentary lapse in concentration gave Wasis the opportunity to attack his body with the frigid aura. However, Dagmar was an overgod just like Wasis. His strength was well known in the God Hunter Alliance. Although Wasis's frigid aura had injured him in an instant, the frigid aura also allowed Dagmar to recognize the situation. After circulating the energy of death in his body a few times, the frigid aura that had invaded his body was cleansed by Dagmar. He extended his hand and the element of death from the Omphalos frantically converged towards him. A dusky mist immediately enveloped the area and neutralized the frigid aura, causing the temperature to rise. "Hegemen, run!" shouted one of Dagmar's subordinates at the top of his lungs. It was at this moment that Dagmar realized how dangerous the situation was. Other than Wasis, he sensed that Asura, a cultivator of the energy of earth, was also rushing over. Tyre and Logue's auras were faintly discernible. They shouldn't be too far away. If he couldn't escape from the Omphalos before the four of them surrounded him, it was very likely that he would be trapped in the Omphalos for the rest of his life. He gritted his teeth and took out a green crystal ball. He shouted, "Let your souls fly out." Those subordinates of Dagmar were delighted to hear that. Without hesitation, they released their divine souls from their bodies and flew into the green crystal ball in Dagmar's hand. As soon as their souls entered the green crystal ball, Dagmar waved his hand and released a few strands of the energy of death into the divine bodies of his subordinates. As soon as the energy of death entered their divine bodies suddenly swelled up. A surge of deathly stillness kept growing in their bodies. Their divine bodies were like balloons that slowly grew bigger and bigger. Wasis, who was planning to stop Dagmar with all his might, was horrified to see the divine bodies suddenly rising into the sky and expanding. He immediately retreated and shouted, "Get out of the way!" Little Skull Han Hao, who was not far from Dagmar, hastily retreated when he saw the divine bodies rising into the sky. As a cultivator of the energy of death, he knew that Dagmar was using the divine bodies of his high god subordinates to perform the corpse explosion art. Therefore, he was faster than anyone else. As expected, after Wasis shouted, the divine bodies of Dagmar's subordinates suddenly exploded. Intense energy of death was released from their bodies and soared into the sky. It instantly tore a hole in the boundary that enveloped the Omphalos. Dagmar, with the green crystal ball in his hand, seized the opportunity to disappear from the Omphalos in a flash. "Go after them," shouted Wasis as he raised his head to look at the sky. Together with Wasis, the three figures rose into the sky at the same time. The boundary of the Omphalos did not seem to hinder them at all. Han Hao raised his head to look at the sky and memorized the positions of the other three. Asura was the closest, only a few thousand meters away. Tyre and Logue were about 10,000 meters away. Han Hao roughly guessed that Tyre and Logue should be in the vicinity just now. As for Asura, Han Hao could not see anything wrong with him. However, he was rather surprised that Asura arrived so much later than Wasis. "Wasis, why was he so fast? Why did he help me?" Han Hao was rather puzzled. He could tell that Wasis had been protecting him. If it wasn't for Wasis's sudden arrival, if it wasn't for Wasis's timely sealing of the boundary with his frigid energy, this half-finished avatar would have been torn to shreds by Dagmar. Logically speaking, Wasis should not have cared about Han Hao's existence when he came to deal with Dagmar. Han Hao's frigid energy didn't seem to be giving him special treatment. After all, Wasis had no relationship with the Han family. Wasis had even been defeated by Han Shuo at the mouth of the volcano. No matter how Han Shuo looked at it, Wasis shouldn't have been so careful to protect Han Hao. "Chief, are you all right?" While Han Hao was pondering, Polo walked out of Dagmar's bone prison with blood all over his body and asked worriedly. Han Hao shook his head and calmly replied, "I'm fine. How about you guys?" Dagmar left early and did not continue to exert his energy on us. Therefore, we only suffered some light injuries. "There's no problem," Polo said to Han Hao in a relaxed manner while wiping the blood off his body. His face did not show the slightest sign of pain. Having stayed in the fringe for a long time and being a god hunter himself, injuries of this degree were nothing to Polo. Han Hao's other subordinates did the same. They stopped the bleeding as quickly as they could. After they were done, they sat cross-legged on the ground to recover the energy they had consumed. They wanted to use every second to stabilize their injuries and recover their strength. This was the code of conduct they had learned from Han Hao ever since they started following Han Hao. No matter when or where, they must maintain their strength at their peak so that they can deal with any ambushes that might come at them at any time. "It's good that you're all right. Let's all sit down and rest." Han Hao nodded and took the lead to sit cross-legged on the ground, ignoring Wasis and the others who were chasing after him. In Han Hao's opinion, this body wouldn't be of much help. Therefore, he did not participate in the battle. Dagmar had not hesitated to use the divine bodies of his top experts to perform corpse explosion. Moreover, He had done it so decisively that he had a backup plan. They were all over gods. Dagmar was fleeing with all his might while Tyre, Loge, and the others did not come immediately because they wanted to see Dagmar get killed. Therefore, they were unable to surround Dagmar. In Han Hao's opinion, it was very likely that Dagmar would be able to escape and Tyre and the others would return empty-handed. Han Hao, who was sitting cross-legged, was still letting his imagination run wild. This body was only a half-finished product to begin with, and there was no need for it to recover. Now that the matter was over, the strand of his divine soul would return to his main body and he would have to give up on this half-finished body. Therefore, Han Hao did not plan to waste his energy on recovering this body. Why did Wasis help me? Did Asura betray me? Otherwise, why would he arrive even later than Wasis? A series of questions surfaced in Han Hao's mind. He knitted his brows and slowly pondered. Time passed without anyone noticing. When the fringe dwellers arrived, they discovered that Dagmar was nowhere to be found. Han Hao sat cross-legged on the ground without a care for his surroundings. Blood was still flowing out of his chest. Some of the fringe dwellers suddenly had other thoughts in their minds. Some of them couldn't help but harbor evil thoughts. Their gazes toward the little skeleton were a little strange. Han Hao had been roaming the fringe for a long time and had offended so many people that he had lost count. Those who bore grudges against him usually feared Han Hao's strength and dared not act recklessly. But today, it was obvious that Han Hao was gravely injured and even his trusted subordinates, Polo, were covered in blood. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Some of the leaders of the fringe did not know about the relationship between Han Hao and Han Shuo. Therefore, they stayed in the same spot with ferocious gazes. They observed Han Hao, Polo, and the others from the dark. It was obvious what they were thinking. The Omphalos has its own rules. For many years, no one has dared to attack Tanai in the Omphalos. "Hee, do you want to try?" said Polo with a mischievous smile as he swept his eyes across the dust-filled area. Han Hao did not say a word. He closed his eyes and paid no attention to these small fries who only dared to harbor evil intentions. Polo's sneer caused many of the people to silently retreat. They realized that fighting in the Omphalos was not a good idea. Fighting in the Omphalos would not end well for the 5 sovereigns, especially at such a sensitive time. Gradually, the observers left one after another. Other than the corpses of the merchants that littered the ground, everything returned to normal. Right at this moment, a shadow slowly appeared in the surging dust, unhurriedly walking in this direction. The corners of Polo's mouth curved into a grin. He suddenly stood up and said with a malevolent face, "So there's someone who isn't afraid of death." He had suffered only minor injuries and possessed late-stage high god strength. In the Omphalos, other than the 5 sovereigns and Han Hao, he feared no one. Other than him, there were also a few of Han Hao's subordinates who didn't suffer any serious injuries. Polo didn't think that Han Hao would be at a disadvantage even if all of them attacked him at the same time, let alone Han Hao who came alone. A tall figure gradually emerged from the dust-filled area. Ignoring Polo and the others who were glaring at him, the tall figure calmly looked at Han Hao who had suddenly opened his eyes and smilingly asked, "Are you Han Hao?" "Or you?" asked Polo coldly. It seemed that he was about to attack. "Polo, stop!" shouted Han Hao suddenly. When he saw that Polo was staring blankly, he nodded and said, "I am Han Hao." "Hee, it seems that you know who I am." Very good, very good. This will save me a lot of trouble." He smiled and nodded. Suddenly, intense soul undulations emanated from his body and enveloped Han Hao. After a few seconds, the man shook his head in disappointment and sighed, "Not really." Then he turned around and left without looking at Han Hao, disappearing into the cloud of dust. Chapter 944. As Han Hao had expected, Tyre, Wasis, Loge, and Asura returned empty-handed. They did not manage to surround and kill Dagmar. As soon as Dagmar left the Omphalos and was no longer restrained by the boundary, he immediately deployed a space-time scroll to escape. When Tyre and the others flew out of the Omphalos, they happened to see Dagmar tearing through space and leaving. The space-time rift was slowly closing up. The four sovereigns were a step too late and could only watch as Dagmar disappeared without a trace. However, Dagmar had paid a terrible price for his trip to the Omphalos. The divine bodies of his strongest high gods had all exploded and he himself had been ambushed by Wasis. It could be said that after this incident, Dagmar's influence in the God Hunter alliance would be greatly reduced. They did not have to worry too much about Dagmar in the upcoming war against the God Hunter alliance. Dagmar had received his just deserts for coming to the Omphalos alone. When Tyre, Wasis, and the others returned to Han Hao's side, the overgod of death, Nestet, had left in disappointment. They did not know that while they were chasing after Dagmar, Han Hao had already finished what he needed to do. No matter what, Han Hao was a native of the Fringe. It was only natural that the four sovereigns would come to greet Han Hao after he was attacked by Dagmar in the Omphalos. Han Hao, are you all right? Asked Asura softly. He seemed very worried. I'm fine. How is Dagmar? Did you catch him? Asked Han Hao. He knew that the four sovereigns must not have found anything. However, he still had to ask what he needed to ask. Asura forced a smile and shook his head. He sighed and said, that Dagmar is too ruthless. He used the divine bodies of his high god subordinates to perform the corpse explosion art and blew open the boundary of the Omphalos. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to leave the Omphalos by the time the four of us arrived and surrounded him. I thought you guys were already here. Han Hao shot a meaningful glance at Tyre and Logue before he said to Asura, yeah, I'm fine now. Just now, a strange guy came and looked at me with his soul. He shook his head and left. I don't know who he is. Tyre and Logue's expressions changed at the same time, and they looked at each other. Logue suddenly laughed and asked Han Hao, who is so strange? He dared to use his soul to spy on you and still managed to leave safely. This is really surprising. According to my understanding of you, you are not a person who is easy to talk to. Wasis and Asura also turned their attention to Han Hao. It was obvious that they were very concerned about the matter. I don't know who that person is, but I'm certain that the death energy he cultivates far surpasses yours. Han Hao looked coldly at Logue and said calmly, I know I have no way of contending against such a powerful person, so I can only choose to remain silent. I heard that some time ago, Lord Logue also encountered a powerful expert. At that time, Lord Logue's performance seemed to be even weaker than mine. Logue's face turned ugly after hearing Han Hao's words. He coldly groaned and did not reply. Logue was certain that the person who came was the overgod of death, Nestet. He did not learn from Tyre that Han Hao possessed a quintessence shard. Therefore, Logue was not particularly surprised. Wasis and Asura did not think too much about it. They were just rather surprised that the overgod of death, Nestet, was able to learn that Han Hao was in the Omphalos in such a short period of time and came looking for him so quickly. Tyre, on the other hand, wore a pensive look. He looked deeply at Han Hao as though he was trying to see through Han Hao's body and soul. He was the one who knew about the Omphalos. Why didn't Nestet make a move? That's impossible. The quintessence shard is in his possession. Could it be that Big Brother's information is wrong? Tyre's mind was in turmoil. He thought that once Nestet arrived, Han Hao would be dead for sure. He did not expect that Han Hao would be fine. If there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Han Hao did not feign civility with Tyre and the others. Han Hao had obtained the information he wanted from Tyre and Logue. Therefore, he stood up, nodded at Polo, and said, let's go. Upon finishing those words, Han Hao took a step forward and left. Before he left, he stole a glance at Wazer, who was as cold as ice. Let's disperse. Since Dagmar dared to come to the Omphalos alone, it seems that the God Hunter Alliance's attack will arrive soon. All right, everyone can leave now. We have said what we need to say. From today onwards, we will go our separate ways and prepare to face the God Hunter Alliance's attack. Tyre knew that the battle was about to break out. He was the first to leave after bidding farewell to Asura, Wasis, and Logue. As soon as Han Hao left the Omphalos, he brought Polo and the others to the sovereign shop where the Han family resided. Under the guise of buying Celestial Pearl, they entered the secret chamber where Han Shuo usually cultivated. The relationship between Han Shuo and Han Shuo was something that not even the average members of the House of Han were aware of. However, the owner of the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was privy to it. After Han Shuo arrived, he attentively escorted Han Shuo to his side and then quietly left. He also instructed all the employees to stay away from Han Shuo. The reason why Han Hao chose this secret chamber where Han Shuo usually cultivated was that Han Shuo had deployed a special formation to protect it. Inside the chamber, Han Hao would not have to worry about being spied on or disturbed by others. After sitting on the prayer mat where his father, Han Shuo, sat cross-legged, Han Hao gradually released a strand of his soul and completely concealed the aura of his body. At the same time, Han Hao's main body in the Destiny Dominion was also sitting cross-legged in the same posture. The only difference was that there were tiny inscriptions glowing in the pupils of Han Hao's eyes. His body was also emitting a strange energy that affected the element of death in the vicinity. Nestet, the overgod of death, who had yet to leave the Omphalos, was lost in his thoughts. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he looked in the direction of the Destiny Dominion. Han Hao was his last target. When he realized that Han Hao didn't have a quintessence shard on him, Nestor couldn't have been more disappointed. He started to wonder if he had made a mistake in his judgment. Why was it that all the experts of death in the Fringe couldn't find anything? The timely appearance of the quintessence shard from the Destiny Dominion shocked Nestet. His eyes glowed brightly as he mumbled, "So that guy has already left the Fringe." "That's right. Why would he dare to stay in the Fringe when he sensed that I'm coming?" While mumbling to himself, Nestet swiftly left the Omphalos. The energy of the boundary that bound the entire Omphalos did not hinder him at all. With one thought, he passed through the boundary that enveloped the sky of the Omphalos and disappeared. He's finally gone. Tyre and Logue looked up at the sky and heaved a sigh of relief. The two of them were mainly responsible for deploying the energy of the sky above the Omphalos. Asura was in charge of the energy of the ground, and Wasis's energy of ice was used within the city walls. The four of them had a clear division of labor. As the ones who deployed the boundary, Tyre and Logue, of course, could sense the presence of the overgod of death. They knew that Nestet had disappeared from the Omphalos. To Tyre and Logue, Nestet's presence made them feel very insecure. Having such a powerful being in Tanai made them feel uneasy, as though their lives were in someone else's hands. For experts like Tyre and Logue who had the lives of others in their hands, this feeling of defeat was unbearable. They desperately hoped that the overgod of death would leave the Omphalos and the Fringe as soon as possible. They hoped that he would never appear in the Omphalos again. Tyre took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. After a while, he left the Omphalos and returned to the volcano. He contacted his brother Daka and told him about what happened today. "I got it. Dagmar has just returned and he said that Han Hao no longer has the aura of the quintessence shard on him. This is really strange. I wonder what that kid did to the quintessence shard." Daka, who was in the magical mirror, had a puzzled look on his face. He couldn't figure out what was going on. Logically speaking, no matter who obtained the quintessence shard, they would hold it tightly in their hands and not let it go easily. However, there was clearly no quintessence shard in Han Hao's body. This was really hard to explain. "Forget it, let's not worry about Han Hao for now." Daka frowned and asked, "Has the overgod of death left?" "He should have. He searched everyone and since he didn't find anything, I don't think there's a need for him to stay in the Fringe any longer. I paid attention just now and roughly sensed that he went to the Destiny Dominion. I think he might have gone to ask the Goddess of Destiny about this," Tyre explained after pondering for a moment. "That's good too," Daka nodded and smirked. "Then we can move out. Get ready. Tomorrow, we will officially attack the God Hunter Alliance. You will have to deal with the God Hunters from the dominions of wind and lightning. They are the weakest, so don't worry too much. Just be careful. As for Brian's side, Hehe, Dagmar, Acer, and Salis will be there. I will raze that place to the ground. After this battle, us two brothers will become the most powerful people besides the 12 core gods." Tyre laughed loudly, his face filled with arrogance and pride. In the Dominion of Destiny, the little skull, Han Hao, could clearly sense the overgod of death, Nestet, rushing over from the fringe. He smirked and thought, even if you're the overgod of death, you still fell for my father's trick. You should have eliminated me from your list of suspects, right? As long as I'm careful in the future, you'll never know who has the quintessence shard. When I completely fuse the quintessence shard with demonic arts, I'll take your quintessence. Sensing Nestet's arrival, Han Hao hid his energy again and slowly stood up, preparing to take a detour back to the fringe. At that moment, a petite figure suddenly appeared in front of Han Hao and looked at Han Hao in astonishment. Did you release that energy just now? Han Hao stared blankly for a moment before his expression turned cold. He first looked around cautiously before he asked, "Who are you?" Han Hao sensed a strange soul undulation from the girl. It was a soul even more powerful than that of Polo and the others. She seemed to have a unique life form that made Han Hao feel threatened. "My name is Andrina. This is the Dominion of Destiny, my home." Andrina stared coldly at Han Hao, bunched her brows, and sensed for a moment. Suddenly, her expression changed. She sneered and said, "You have the aura of a god hunter on you. Are you a god hunter?" "That's right, I'm a god hunter. What do you want?" Han Hao raised his bone spear in his hand and put on a vigilant face. "As long as you're a god hunter, I don't care who you are." Andrina's face was as cold as ice. Her little hand suddenly blossomed with dazzling crystalline radiance and blasted at Han Hao. Han Hao was rather surprised. He did not sense any energy from any of the 12 fundamental energies from Andrina. That dazzling radiance contained the purest energy of energy crystals. It felt as though an enormous energy crystal cannon had been fired. Not only was it terrifying, but it was also very agile. Han Hao did not know Andrina. Therefore, he did not know that Andrina was close to his father, Han Shuo. Back then, when Andrina and Han Shuo met, Han Hao had already left Han Shuo's side. Therefore, when Han Hao saw that Andrina suddenly attacked, he immediately regarded Andrina as a formidable enemy. Han Hao unfolded the bone spear in his hand. The element of death that was attracted by the quintessence shard adhered to the bone spear. The 3 boundaries of weakness, fear, and aging were instantly formed and enveloped the entire area. Not only that, but a grayish membrane also formed in front of Han Hao. Traces of the energy of death could be faintly seen flowing across the membrane. Andrina cried out in surprise. She did not expect that Han Hao would be so powerful. He was much stronger than the god hunter experts she had met before. With that, Andrina immediately released all of her energy. The dazzling radiance in her hand suddenly condensed into an enormous energy crystal. At the center of the energy crystal was an oval-shaped sphere of light that radiated scorching light like the sun. It seemed to be the core of the energy crystal. Andrina, who had been brought back from the darkness dominion by the goddess of destiny, had been under the strict protection of the goddess of destiny. Her strength had grown tremendously. She was no longer the same Andrina as before. The barrier that Han Hao had formed using the energy of death couldn't withstand the full force of Andrina's attack. A large hole was blasted in the barrier. The energy crystal formed by the radiance, propelled by the core energy that resembled the sun, rolled towards Han Hao like a bolt. Hypocrisy, fear, and aging, the 3 great enchantments of death, did not have any effect on Angelina's special life form. Chapter 945. Angelina was still alive and kicking in the 3 enchantments of death. Hypocrisy, fear, and aging did not befall her at all. On her chest, a dazzling bright light aura lit up the entire area. Even the scorching sun's rays were not as bright and dazzling. The huge energy crystal was like a glazed crystal ball. In the center, there was an oval-shaped light ball that was constantly emitting a dazzling radiance. It corresponded with the dazzling radiance on Andrina's chest. It carried an astonishing amount of energy as it rolled towards Han Hao. Seeing that Andrina was still alive and kicking inside the 3 boundaries of death, Han Hao immediately changed his strategy. He instantly absorbed the elements of death that were supporting the 3 boundaries of death into the bone spur in his hand. Without waiting for the crystal ball to approach, Han Hao suddenly retreated. "You want to run?" Andrina sneered. She opened her small hand and flicked her slender fingers. Under Andrina's control, the glazed crystal ball rolled and bounced nimbly. It was as fast as lightning. It firmly locked onto Han Hao and didn't let go. Han Hao's heart was as calm as still water. His pair of bewitching eyes glittered with evil light. He suddenly stood still in his place. Ka. 7 bone spurs shot out from his back and attacked the sneering Andrina from his side. At the same time, the bone spur in his hand suddenly shot out. As soon as the bone spur shot out, tens of thousands of ghosts wailed. Wisps of ink-black aura lingered on the bone spur, forming a hideous and frightening ghost face. The bone-chilling cold wind pierced through the bones, and the bone-piercing bones suddenly opened a big mouth full of sharp teeth. The bone spur, which was originally just a dead object, suddenly turned into a ferocious and terrifying ancient beast. The evil aura, which was condensed by hundreds and thousands of evil souls, showed its sharp edge at this moment. Andrina's sneering face suddenly changed. She seemed to be somewhat shocked. It seemed that she didn't expect that an ordinary bone spur would contain such frightening evil power. Without waiting for Andrina to react, the bone spur suddenly opened its big mouth filled with fangs and swallowed the glazed crystal ball that Andrina had shot out. That big mouth continued to chew and chew, making ka sounds, as if the energy crystal that was as hard as a diamond was being bitten to pieces. So. The 7 bone thorns whistled over, and the cold and sinister power instantly enveloped the shocked Andrina. Before the bone thorns arrived, the sinister power had already been activated. Andrina was even more astonished. At this moment, she no longer looked at the crystal ball that had turned into a living creature and immediately focused her attention on the 7 bone spurs that had quietly arrived. A huge energy crystal light was released from Andrina's chest. In a split second, Andrina turned into a crystalline state, like a complete living fossil, sparkling and translucent, beautiful and magnificent. However, it didn't have the vitality that a life should have. A blinding light was released from Andrina's body, and the halo of light seemed to contain waves of astonishing power that seemed to affect the structure of space. The 7 bone spikes had clearly reached Andrina's side, but they just couldn't find an accurate point of attack. They just kept circling around Andrina. Who are you? Why is there an aura on your body that I'm familiar with? The crystallized Andrina still had a cold expression as she stared at Han Hao, who had grabbed the bone spur from afar. Han Hao didn't like to talk too much when dealing with enemies. He didn't say a word as he swept over to Andrina. As he advanced, he fiercely swung the bone spur in his hand that had grown much larger. As he swung his arm, thumb-sized energy crystals were shaken out of the bone spur. Those small energy crystals no longer had any energy fluctuations after being shaken out of the bone spur, becoming the most ordinary of pebbles. The crystal ball that had been swallowed by the bone spur couldn't continue to obtain energy from Andrina's body. Under the wear and tear of the thousands of souls and the power in his body, the only path left was to exhaust its energy. Who are you? I don't want to target the wrong person. When Andrina saw Han Hao rushing over, her expression turned cold as she shouted again. Han Hao still didn't say a word. However, he didn't stop the bone spur in his hand as he threw it with all his might. The 7 bone spurs that had shot out from Han Hao's back hovered around Andrina, unable to find a target to attack Andrina. However, the bone spur that contained thousands of souls seemed to be unaffected by the strong light around Andrina's body. It pierced through the layers of light, heading straight for Andrina's chest. Andrina's expression changed again. The glaring light curtains suddenly disappeared from her side. She took out a compass decorated with a pattern of stars. As soon as the compass appeared, it flew out with life. The compass hit Han Hao's bone spur. A strange power flowed from the compass into the bone spur. The souls that were entrenched in the compass trembled violently. In the next moment, they turned into wisps of smoke and dissipated between heaven and earth. A strange light flashed in Han Hao's eyes. Without thinking, he raised his hand and summoned the bone spur back. With a thought, he planned to use the power of the Godhead fragment and the demonic arts to fight Andrina. Shi Yen could feel the strange fate power on that compass. He had rarely encountered this kind of power before. He knew that it was the most mysterious of the 12 Upanishads. The power on that compass was so terrifying that the souls in his bone thorns couldn't endure it. After making up his mind, Han Hao didn't hesitate. He retrieved all the bone spurs and charged straight at Andrina. This body was extremely tough to begin with. He had spent much more time and energy on this body than he had on the bone spurs. Now that this body contained a shard of Godhead that was related to the power of death, he had improved even further. It could be said without the slightest bit of politeness that this body had already become his most secretive weapon. In some aspects, its power was even more terrifying than the bone spear in his hand. As soon as Han Hao moved, Andrina knew that he was going to fight with his life on the line. That was because no matter how they fought before, Han Hao's face was calm. It was as if he didn't care about her. But this time he was very focused. He was much more serious than before. When it came to Han Hao, Andrina had a deep fear in her heart. The power Han Hao displayed made her feel a strong sense of crisis. Just like now, if it wasn't for the compass her mother had given her, she might have been injured by the bone spur. So, seeing that Han Hao was going to fight with his life on the line, Andrina was a little anxious. Just as Han Hao was about to reach her, she suddenly shouted, "Do you know Brian?" Han Hao, who was flying over, suddenly froze. His body stopped a dozen meters in front of Andrina. He looked at Andrina strangely and nodded. "Who are you? How do you know my father?" Hearing this, it was Andrina's turn to be surprised. She exclaimed, "What? You are his son? How is that possible?" Landing on the ground, Han Hao calmly looked at Andrina and said, "Are you my father's friend or foe?" "Of course we are friends. I was just about to find your father. Can you take me to him?" Andrina giggled. Although she still found it strange, she didn't show it on her face. Han Hao didn't answer her immediately. Instead, he looked at Andrina attentively, as if trying to determine if Andrina was telling the truth. After a while, Han Hao said, "My father is in the pandemonium. Go there and find him. I still have things to do." Then, without another word, Han Hao turned around and left without looking at Andrina. He could sense that the overgod of death, Nestet, was rushing towards him at full speed. He couldn't stay here for too long. On the other hand, if he didn't take a detour to the fringe, he would very likely run into the overgod of death, Nestet. If he ran into Nestet on the way, he would be in serious trouble. Before Angelina could say anything, Han Hao had already disappeared without a trace. With a dejected face, she gritted her teeth and cursed in a low voice, "What's the big deal? Do you think I don't know this place?" Andrina looked in the direction where Han Hao had disappeared. Her eyes glistened for a moment before she muttered, "The energy that attracted me to him was obviously from the quintessence shard of death. He didn't even use his full strength. I heard that the overgod of death, Nestet, has come to the fringe. Could it be because of him?" Andrina hesitated for a moment before she harumphed, "Forget it. If it wasn't for Brian, I would have told him." Andrina stomped her foot and glared in the direction where Han Hao had left. Then she turned around and flew towards the fringe. The Destiny Dominion, the Shrine of Destiny. The goddess of destiny's figure slowly materialized in the shrine. "Andrina, I've brought you something. It's your favorite crystal," said the goddess of destiny with a benevolent face. Her gentle voice reverberated throughout the shrine. After a long while, the goddess of destiny forced a smile and shook her head. She muttered to herself, sneaking away again. Why couldn't this lass just stay put and behave herself? But this time, she shouldn't be too far away. This girl's strength has improved tremendously recently. She shouldn't have any problems. The goddess of destiny cast her gaze towards the land of chaos. Her eyes seemed to have two compasses dotted with stars spinning slowly in them. She looked more like a precise machine than a human with flesh and blood. "Han Shu-ah, oh Han Shu-ah, I hope the power he left you will be able to help us open Eternia," murmured the goddess of destiny as she gazed at the fringe. The fringe, the pandemonium. Han Shu-ah, who was in closed-door cultivation, suddenly felt uncomfortable. He flew out of his gymnasium and stood on top of the pandemonium. He gazed in the direction of the dominion of destiny and mumbled, Han Hao is there. Did something happen to him? With that thought in mind, he wondered if he should go to the Dominion of Destiny to take a look. He trusted his soul's intuition. At this moment, Zovik came to his side and said respectfully, "My lord, we have news." "Oh?" Han Shuo put on a faint smile and asked, "News from the Omphalos?" Zovik nodded and replied, "There was an accident along the way, but the outcome was as you expected, my lord. I have received reliable information that the Overgod of Death did not attack young Master Han Hao. He has probably left the Omphalos or the Fringe." Zovik first told Han Shuo about the results and then went into detail, emphasizing the sudden arrival of Dagmar. Dagmar was so tempted by the quintessence shard that he dared to sneak into the Omphalos. If it weren't for Logue and Tyre, Dagmar wouldn't have been able to leave this place alive. Although Han Shuo wasn't present at the scene, he was able to more or less guess the truth from Zovik's description. The divine bodies of Dagmar's most capable subordinates have been destroyed. Even though Dagmar has taken away their divine souls, it will be very difficult for them to recover. "After this battle, Dagmar is no longer a threat," said Zovik smilingly. "Never underestimate a man who has gone mad." Han Shuo was not as optimistic as Zovik. Instead, he solemnly reminded Zovik, "Pay close attention to Dagmar. An overgod who has lost his mind will do things that we cannot anticipate. Tell Tanai's subordinates not to leave the Omphalos for the time being." "Yes, my lord," replied Zovik solemnly. "All right, you may leave now," said Han Shuo with a nod. He then gestured for Zovik to leave. After Zovik left, Han Shuo looked in the direction of the Destiny Dominion and mumbled to himself, "Since it has nothing to do with Han Hao, what was that feeling just now?" The Destiny Dominion. The Destiny Dominion is the territory of Andrina's mother. Did something happen to Andrina? That's impossible. Who would dare to touch her in the Destiny Dominion? After thinking for a while, Han Shuo was unable to come up with any conclusions. He put aside his chaotic thoughts for the time being and got ready to deal with the God-Hunter Alliance's impending attack. The Overgod of Death had retreated from the Fringe. Without that terrifying existence who could affect both sides, there was no longer any hindrance to the delayed battle. Han Shuo knew that the God-Hunter Alliance would soon attack the Pandemonium. On this day, on top of a barren mountain outside the Fringe, the 12 hegemons of the God-Hunter Alliance were gathered together. The 12 hegemons of the God-Hunter Alliance were gathered in one place. At the foot of the desolate mountain was a dense crowd of God-Hunters with cold glints in their eyes. Based on a rough estimate, there were at least 10,000 of them. All these years, the 12 hegemons of the God-Hunter Alliance had never gathered together like this. They had never had the opportunity to unite against a single faction. A benevolent-looking old man wearing the priestly white robes of the Temple of God of Light smiled and gestured for everyone to listen to him. "Judas, why are you still wearing that shabby priestly robe? Hee, do you really think that you can return to the embrace of the God of Light?" Daka looked at Judas, the hegemon of the Light Dominion, with a teasing look on his face. "If he could return to the embrace of the God of Light, I would have been summoned back by the Shrine of Ice." Hegemon Tuckamore from the Domain of Water sneered. Judas laughed awkwardly and explained, "It was the God of Light who abandoned me. Actually, I'm still very willing to serve the God of Light. If the God of Light can forgive me, I might really be willing to return to his side." Return to the side of the God of Light? Or ambush him again? Laughed Daka brazenly. He cupped his fists at Judas and said in admiration, "As one of the keepers of light, I'm truly impressed that you could do such a thing. Among all of us, there's really no one who's stronger than you. What's even more surprising is that you're actually still alive." "You flatter me," said Judas humbly. He bowed towards the void and sincerely said, "Praise be to the God of Light. I will do my best to survive until the day your quintessence leaves your body." "All right, I'm not interested in your nonsense. Let's move out." Dagmar, who was sitting on his bone throne, coldly snorted. He wasn't interested in listening to their chatter. "Dagmar, you're the most courageous of all. You charged into the Fringe's main camp without anyone noticing and gave us a boost of morale. If we win this battle, it's all thanks to you. laughed Regis from the domain of thunder. But if you can kill Tyre, Wasis, and Log at the same time, I'll be even more impressed. Hee, then all we have to do is clean up the mess, don't you think? Regis, do you think that you can defeat me now? Dagmar straightened his body on his bone throne and said, Do you want to try? If I could defeat you 400 years ago, I can do it again today. I'm really interested. Regis grinned and stood up abruptly. It seemed that he really wanted to fight Dagmar. The reason why the God Hunter Alliance hadn't been united for so many years was because of the grudges between them. Whenever they met, they would mock each other and dig at each other's scars. Stop talking. Let's kill those fringe dwellers first. When the time comes to divide the territory, you two can do whatever you want, said Judas smilingly. Then he raised his voice and said, All right, let's get back to business. Let's see how we should attack from different directions. I'll attack Brian's side. I don't care about the rest. Dagmar grunted and squeezed his body back into his bone throne. He had suffered great losses in the Omphalos and hadn't been able to obtain the quintessence shard from Han Hao. He had long viewed Han Hao as a thorn in his side and was determined to get rid of Han Hao and force him to reveal the quintessence shard's whereabouts. Although he didn't know why Han Hao didn't have the quintessence shard, he had personally witnessed the existence of the gravestone. So he wouldn't leave like the overgod of death. He would definitely keep his eyes on Han Hao until he obtained the quintessence shard and crushed Han Hao to dust. I'm familiar with Acer and Dagmar. The two of us should work with him to deal with Brian and the Pandemonium, suggested Daka, glancing at Acer. Acer and Daka seemed to have discussed this beforehand as they nodded in agreement. Is the Han family worth the three of you working together to deal with? Tuckamore of the Water Dominion coldly snorted. He didn't seem too satisfied with this arrangement and felt that Daka's side had taken advantage of the situation. The Han family is indeed very powerful. I know that I've fought them before. Also, Dagmar's strength has been greatly reduced. I think there's nothing wrong with the three of us working together, said Daka and Tuckamore while looking at Judas. After thinking for a moment, Judas smiled and said, All right then. Tuckamore and Dagmar are already so unlucky. Let them go. Although Tuckamore had spoken sarcastically to Judas, he seemed to be giving him face. He nodded and didn't say anything else. The matter was settled. Chapter 946. With Judas and Daka's help, the God Hunter Alliance slowly came to a decision. Daka, Dagmar, and Acer would head towards the Han family's Pandemonium. Tuckamore and Judas would head towards Log, Regis, Miller and Isaiah would deal with Asura, and the remaining hegemons would deal with Tyre and Wasis. All in all, the 12 hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance were clearly stronger than the Fringe. Given the God Hunter Alliance's strength, the 5 sovereigns of the Fringe wouldn't stand a chance against them. After the decision was made, the 12 hegemons gathered their subordinates and split into 5 groups, heading towards the Fringe from 5 different directions. On Daka's side were Acer and Dagmar, 3 overgod experts. Even though Dagmar had expended a lot of his energy, Acer and Daka still had plenty of experts under their command. With Salus leading the way, it was clear that they had the upper hand in this attack on the Pandemonium. After splitting up with the other hegemons and heading towards the Han family's Pandemonium for a while, Salus suddenly said, The Pandemonium where the Han family resides is protected by many powerful barriers. Tanai is shrouded in poisonous mist all year round, making it very difficult to deal with. Back when I led my subordinates to attack the Pandemonium, Brian wasn't there. Even so, I suffered heavy losses and failed to destroy the Pandemonium. The battle was about to begin and information was of utmost importance. Daka and Acer listened attentively to Salus's recount of the Pandemonium situation. Dagmar was the only one who seemed a little distracted. His eyes glowed with venomous light like a viper's. Before Salus could finish, Dagmar interrupted, Salus, it's just a small valley. No matter how many barriers there are, can it withstand the 4 of us? I don't know, but after I entered the valley, I was trapped by a strange power for a long time. In the past, Salus had always been wary of Dagmar. But ever since Dagmar's personality had changed due to the quintessence shard, Salus had started to look down on him. In Salus's eyes, Dagmar, who couldn't think calmly, was crazy, but he wasn't afraid of him. A strange power? Dagmar sneered. His snake-like eyes glanced at Salis and ridiculed. Salis, don't tell me you're too weak? How can the power of a valley trap an overgod like you? Salis snorted in displeasure and said angrily, Dagmar, it's up to you whether you believe me or not. I'm just narrating my experiences. In any case, I don't have many people participating in this operation. Don't blame me for not reminding you when your men die. Dagmar, we fought Brian in the Misty Sea. You should know that he's different from us. Also, you've known Han Hao for a long time, and you've fought him before. You should know that Han Hao has some kind of energy that we don't understand, right? Daka said solemnly, this time, not only do we have to destroy Pandemonium and kill Brian, Han Hao and the others, we can't afford to lose too much. You know how cunning Gandalf is. If we lose too much power in the Han family, we'll be at a disadvantage when it comes to splitting the profits. So, let's just listen to Salis's suggestion. Dagmar let out a sinister chuckle. You're right. Dagmar looked at Salis and said apologetically, please continue. I'll listen carefully. Salis nodded reluctantly. After thinking for a moment, he continued, Pandemonium isn't an ordinary place. I'm just telling you in advance so that you won't be at a disadvantage if you're unprepared. Apart from that, I've also found out that there's an area near Pandemonium where Han Hao God Hunter subordinates are stationed. It's very close to Pandemonium, but the security there isn't as tight as in Pandemonium. Dagmar's body stiffened when he heard Han Hao's name. He looked at Salis with his sinister eyes and asked, what do you suggest? Han Hao has a close relationship with the House of Han. I think we should go to his place first and see if we can destroy the place that isn't heavily guarded. Don't underestimate Han Hao's power. He has gathered all the God Hunters in the Fringe and has the most experts under the 5 sovereigns, explained Salis. All right, we'll go to Han Hao's place first, said Dagmar rather impatiently. His main target this time was the quintessence shard in Han Hao's possession. Compared to the temptation of the quintessence shard of death, he didn't care about the Fringe's future profits at all. Salis, you're more familiar with the Fringe. Will there be any problems? Asked Daka with a frown. Salis's suggestion slightly conflicted with his plan. But seeing how impatient Dagmar was, he knew that Dagmar would definitely head there first. Although Salis's suggestion was different from his own, it didn't seem to be a problem. No matter how resourceful Daka was, he would never have guessed that Salis had already met with Han Shua in secret and reached a tacit agreement. After all, it could be said that Salis was forced out of the Fringe by Han Shua. From Daka's point of view, there was an irreconcilable grudge between the two. He didn't think that Salis was only trying to destroy the Han family. I don't know if there'll be any problems, but I'm sure that the Fringe's defenses aren't as strong as Pandemonium's. If we suffer heavy losses there, I don't think we need to go to Pandemonium, said Salis. What do you think? Daka hesitated for a moment and looked at Acer. That works too. We'll use that place to warm up and see if we can find the quintessence shard for Dagmar, said Acer indifferently. That's great, hee. Dagmar chuckled. He found Acer to be much more pleasing to the eye. Let's do it then, Daka finally said. Daka made the final decision and asked Salis about the situation over there before instructing his subordinates to slightly change the direction of their advance. Pandemonium, the Han family. Zovik, Romont, Rose, the 5 elite zombies, Balins, and the others were gathered together. Even Statholm, Phoebe, and the others who had been busy absorbing energy from the crystal ball walked out of the gymnasium. Daka, Dagmar, and Acer, the 3 hegemons, are here with their God Hunters. Other than those 3, Salis might be following them. Zovik reported the situation to Han Shua with a solemn face. Hearing this news, everyone from the Han family had a solemn look on their faces. Even Gilbert, who was usually laughing and joking, fell silent. Daka, Dagmar, and Acer were all overgod experts. If Salis was added to the mix, it would be equivalent to having 4 pinnacle experts. The Han family had never encountered such power before. Compared to those 4, Hill and Shati O in Witherbone City weren't even worth mentioning. That's the situation. Han Shua swept his gaze across the crowd and said, From today onwards, seal off the pandemonium. No one is allowed to leave without permission. If we don't leave the pandemonium, won't the god hunters circle around it and head straight for the Omphalos? Mike was stunned for a moment before he asked, according to our agreement with Tyre, aren't we supposed to be in charge of this direction? If we allow Daka and the others to bypass us and enter the Omphalos, the consequences will be dire. Don't worry, Daka will definitely come to the pandemonium. His goal this time isn't to charge straight into the Omphalos, but to destroy us. Han Shuo smiled confidently and consoled Mike. Mike nodded after hearing what Han Shuo said. He had known Han Shuo for a long time. Just by looking at Han Shuo for a while, he knew that Han Shuo already had a plan in mind. Don't leave the pandemonium. All we need to do is wait for Daka and the others to arrive. Han Shuo scanned their faces with his eyes and smilingly said, if they really intend to take a detour and go straight to Omphalos, then let them be. In any case, the House of Han in Omphalos has already received orders to evacuate the place. From what I see, you don't seem to care about the Omphalos at all, do you? Statholm the old monster asked with a smile after staring blankly for a moment. Han Shuo laughed heartily and said, so what if the Omphalos is destroyed? With Han Tu, Han Jin, and the others around, rebuilding the Omphalos won't be difficult at all. As for the Omphalos, what does that have to do with me? If they deserve to die, then let them die. Only those who survive will be qualified to be servants of the Han family in the future. Upon hearing that, Statholm the old monster and the others immediately realized that Han Shuo was ambitious. He seemed to be planning to use this opportunity to make the entire Omphalos part of the Han family's territory. Brian, you said that you are going to prepare medicines to increase our divine energy. Have you made any progress? Asked Statholm with a smile. My state of mind is sufficient. As long as my divine energy can keep up, I will be able to take another step forward. Don't worry, your medicines are already on the way. With so many god hunters coming to our doorstep, I will refine medicines that you will never be able to use. Han Shuo then calmly issued a few more orders, telling the Han family to be careful during this period of time. However, he did not elaborate on the details. In another valley not far from the pandemonium, there were 3 mountains with figures moving about. They seemed to be busy with something. On top of a remote cliff, Han Hao attentively observed the people moving about the 3 mountains. From time to time, he would summon one of his subordinates and whisper a few instructions to them. Huge runes had been engraved on the 3 peaks at an unknown time. The runes were strangely shaped and Han Hao's subordinates couldn't recognize a single one of them. They had no idea when the runes had appeared. All they could do was follow Han Hao's instructions and pour buckets of stinking black ink on the runes. When the black ink splashed on the strangely shaped runes, they gave off wisps of black smoke. However, the smoke did not disperse with the wind. Instead, it lingered around the runes. It was a very strange and mystical sight. In the center of the belly of the mountain, grooves were dug out and stuffed full of energy crystals. As soon as the energy crystals fell into the center of the grooves, they would immediately shine with the unique bright luster of energy crystals, releasing obvious energy that flowed along special pipes to every corner of the belly of the mountain. The 3 mountains looked completely different from before as Little Skull's subordinates busied themselves. They looked ghostly and sinister, giving off an indescribable sense of danger. Are you all right? Han Shuo suddenly stood beside Little Skull. He glanced at the wound on his chest and asked, I heard from Zovik that you encountered Dagmar first? Did Dagmar do anything to you? Little Skull waved his hand and gestured for his subordinates to leave before he replied, this body is only a half-finished product. I will have to abandon it sooner or later when my main body returns. It's fine. After a short pause, Little Skull turned to Han Shuo and said, Father, the first to arrive was Wasis. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before he smilingly nodded and said, very good. It seems that Wasis is quite reliable at critical times. After pondering for a moment, Han Shuo bunched his brows and asked, Tyre and Logue, of course, want you dead. They won't show themselves even if they come. What about Asor? Did you notice anything unusual from him? Asura came a little late, but he seemed to be in a hurry to get here as well. I don't see anything wrong with him. I just feel that he's a little late. Little Skull replied. I got it. Han Shuo pondered for a moment before he turned to look at those who were busy on the three mountains. He smilingly said, Salus has brought them here. They should be on their way. They want to destroy our Han family? Let's give them a surprise. Father, do you know a little girl named Andrina? Little Skull suddenly asked. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment. He looked at Little Skull and asked, How do you know Andrina? Of course I know Andrina. We're on good terms. What's wrong? I've fought with her before. Seeing that Han Shuo was puzzled, Little Skull added, I fought with her using my main body in the Destiny Dominion. She's very powerful and she has a divine weapon bestowed to her by an expert who cultivates in the Edict of Destiny. Little Skull then told Han Shuo about his encounter with Andrina. After Little Skull finished, Han Shuo pondered for a moment before he suddenly smiled and said, She came to the fringe to look for me? Very good. With her here, we'll be even more assured. If she's in the pandemonium, even an overgod with a quintessence would have to be wary of her. Chapter 947. The fringe wasn't exactly huge, but it wasn't exactly small either. Even with Daka, Dagmar, and Aser leading their men, it took them more than 10 days to reach the valley where Han Hao was. Daka and the rest didn't encounter a single soul along the way. It was as if all the evil spirits in the fringe had vanished. It was so calm that it was stifling. The more it was like that, the more cautious they became. They were also very cautious along the way. After all, the fringe was someone else's territory. No matter how powerful they didn't dare to be too ostentatious. Especially when they knew that the other party was definitely hiding in the dark to ambush them. Daka, Dagmar, and Aser split up in 3 different directions, constantly monitoring their surroundings with their divine senses to make sure that no enemies would suddenly appear out of nowhere. Salus was unperturbed. Daka and the rest didn't ask any questions, so he remained silent. No one knew what he was thinking. Finally, they reached the vicinity of the 3 mountain peaks. Daka stopped in the distance and looked at the valley that was covered in a faint black fog. A foul stench wafted from it. He looked a little doubtful. Salus, are you sure this is the place? Daka glanced at Salus with a strange expression. It should be here. There's no mistaking it. Salus looked solemn. He also found it a little strange. He spread his divine sense out and didn't sense any soul ripples from the mountains. He wondered what that guy was up to. There's no one at all. Dagmar straightened his body as the bone throne carried him towards the valley in the middle of the 3 mountains. The black mist that permeated the entire valley was repelled by the death aura emanating from his bone throne, preventing it from entering his body in the slightest. Let's go take a look. Daka gave Aser a look, and the 2 of them followed Dagmar into the valley. The black fog around Tanai had a foul and acidic smell. It was obvious that it was highly toxic. However, the 3 of them were strong enough that it didn't affect them at all. Salus didn't follow them in. He just looked around curiously, paying attention to the details nearby. After his experience in Pandemonium, Salus was very wary of the place Han Shuo had set up. Moreover, he knew that Han Shuo didn't have good intentions in asking him to bring his men here. Therefore, he didn't dare to venture too deep into the place. Without Daka and the other 2's orders, their subordinates didn't move an inch. These God Hunter elites from the 3 divine dominions had been loyal dogs of the trio for many years. Not only were they powerful, they were also extremely disciplined. Without orders, they would not barge in recklessly. After Daka and the other 2 entered the valley in the middle of the 3 mountains, they roamed around. Apart from discovering many strange runes on the mountain walls, they didn't find anything else. They didn't sense any signs of life either. Soon, Daka and the other 2 returned to Salus's side from Tanai. Daka glanced at Salus and said, There shouldn't be any problems with this place. However, it seems that everyone has left. I believe that they more or less know that we're here. That Han Hao might have gathered his forces with the Han family. Yes, that's possible. After all, they should know that only by working together to defend against us will they not die a horrible death. Dagmar nodded in agreement. he then said impatiently, I think we can give up on this place and head straight to Pandemonium, right? At this point, Salus felt that he had done what he needed to do. Since there was no one in the three mountains, there was nothing he could do. If he forced the three of them to the three mountains, it would only make Daka and the others suspect him. That would only backfire. So, Salus didn't object and nodded in agreement. Then let's head straight to Pandemonium. The Han family's base is there. I believe that unless the Han family really doesn't want to stay in the fringe, they won't leave, said Daka as he prepared to order his subordinates to leave. Wait. Dagmar raised his hand and stopped Daka from leaving. His eyes glowed. What's wrong? Daka was stunned for a moment before he asked, Did you find something? He naturally knew that Dagmar, who cultivated the power of death, was much more proficient in the aspect of soul detection than him. He and Acer might not be able to detect some weak soul undulations, but Dagmar was very likely to be sensitive enough to detect them. There's a weak soul pulse in the belly of the mountain. It pulsed just now. I need to confirm it. Dagmar nodded and closed his eyes. His soul magnetic field slowly spread out with Dagmar at the center. He seemed to be using a special method to sense the pulses in the belly of the three mountains. Daka and Acer knew that even though Dagmar had been behaving strangely due to the quintessence shard, his mastery of death was still at the overgod realm. Not to mention, Dagmar wasn't one to brag. His main target was Han Hao, so he was definitely more impatient than anyone else. So, he must have noticed something. As expected, after Dagmar closed his eyes and used his special method to sense for a moment, he pointed at the three mountains and said, There's no need to leave. There are people in all three mountains. It's just that there's a special energy in the belly of the mountain that's preventing our soul detection. That Brian is truly amazing. The barrier he set up almost fooled us. How do you know that it wasn't Han Hao who set up the barrier? Asked Salus curiously. He doesn't have that ability. Dagmar sneered. Back in the depths of Tanai, I clearly felt his power after my subordinates subdued him. He's nowhere near as strong as you make him out to be. Without the quintessence shard, Han Hao is just an ordinary high god. I can crush him however I want. Dagmar, are you sure they're all hiding in the belly of the mountain? Daka asked after a moment of silence. There's no mistaking it. There are people in all three mountains. Dagmar seemed very confident. He turned to his subordinates behind him and said, Let's go. The poisonous mist in the valley isn't that big of a deal. Let's hurry. After a pause, Dagmar said to Daka and Acer, There are three mountains, so we'll each take one. We'll go in and search. There must be many winding passages in the belly of the mountain. We'll split up. I don't believe that a puny Han Hao can escape from the three of us. With that, Dagmar didn't care if Daka and Acer agreed or not and charged into the valley again. After some hesitation, Daka nodded at Acer and said, Let's go too. Dagmar's soul perception shouldn't be wrong. We've worked together so many times over the years, and he's quite skilled in this area. Acer seemed to agree with Daka's opinion. He waved his hand and turned into a ray of dark light that shot into the valley. When his men saw Acer enter, they didn't hesitate and rushed in one after another. Salus, what about you? Daka wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he looked at Salus. I don't mind. Let's go. Salus shrugged and gestured for Daka to make the arrangements. Even though he knew that going in would be dangerous, he had no choice but to follow. Otherwise, Salus would definitely suspect him. All right, follow me then. That way, we'll be able to look out for each other. Daka smiled. Having received a satisfactory answer, he didn't hesitate any longer and entered the valley with his subordinates. By the time Daka and Salus arrived, Dagmar and Acer's men had already entered through the newly found hidden caves. The two of them chose the smaller peaks, leaving the tallest one for Daka. Daka cursed inwardly. He knew that although the two were talking about working together, they wouldn't hesitate to take advantage of the situation. Everyone in the God Hunter Alliance only cared about themselves. That was the nature of the God Hunter Alliance, and no one could change that. Let's go. Despite his anger, he still had to do what he had to do. Daka had no choice but to choose the tallest mountain and find a valley in the other direction that could only fit 3 people at a time. Together with Sokka's, he led the others in. "My lord, just as you expected, there's a defensive barrier." In the belly of one of the smallest peaks, one of Dagmar's subordinates shouted. His voice reverberated in the belly of the mountain and reached Dagmar's ears in another passage. As soon as they entered the belly of the mountain, there were many forks in the road. Fortunately, Dagmar had anticipated this and had his men spread out as soon as there was a fork in the road, forming small teams that filled the various forks. The way Dagmar saw it, the strongest person in the mountain was Han Hao. After fighting with Han Hao's avatar in the Amphilos, Dagmar believed that he had figured out Han Hao's true strength and no longer considered Han Hao a worthy opponent. He believed that a mid-stage high god who didn't cultivate in the Edict of Death would be enough to deal with Han Hao. As such, he wasn't worried that Han Hao would appear in the mountain and take them out one by one. "He's here," Dagmar exclaimed from afar before rushing over. Layers of faint gray halos stood horizontally at the narrow cave entrance. The first layer was filled with the power of death, while the latter layers were filled with common powers such as darkness, water, and fire. Only the last layer was a little special, and Dagmar couldn't tell what it was. Without much hesitation, Dagmar made his move after sensing the layers of gray energy around the cave entrance. Much to Dagmar's surprise, the seemingly layered barrier didn't actually have much defensive power. When his energy of death transformed into 100 bone spears and pierced through, the layers of barrier were easily torn apart. Even the last layer of strange energy was destroyed in a single strike. It wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. "Let's go," Dagmar sneered. He felt even more disdain for Han Hao and his godhunter subordinates. Chapter 948. 100 meters later, a similar barrier appeared in front of him. This time, Dagmar didn't even hesitate to destroy the seemingly gorgeous but weak defensive barrier. He then charged straight into the heart of the mountain. Just like Dagmar, Daka and Aser also encountered the same barrier and chose the same method as Dagmar to go deeper. Within the belly of the 3 mountains, barriers kept appearing to block their path. They were torn apart by Daka, Dagmar, and Aser as they barged their way into the heart of the mountain. Outside the valley, one of Daka's subordinates exclaimed as he looked at the strange runes carved on the 3 mountains. Those oddly shaped runes with unknown meanings lit up one after another. Wisps of colorful smoke slowly seeped out of the runes and gathered in the black fog that lingered in the valley, causing the stench in the valley to become stronger and stronger. Daka, Aser, and Aser entered the belly of the mountain. As a precaution, Tanai left his men to keep an eye on the outside of the valley to prevent anyone from sneaking in and doing anything despicable. Seeing the changes happening to the 3 mountains, Daka, Aser, and Aser's subordinates' expressions turned solemn. Their eyes darted around, paying attention to the slightest change in their surroundings. "Something's not right." One of Aser's subordinates frowned and took a deep breath. Tanai seems to have gained some sort of strange power. Even the strange runes on the mountain seem to have some sort of special power affecting this place. "Is there a problem? I'll go in and report it to the Lord right away." Another of Aser's men acted immediately, rushing into the cave Aser had entered without hesitation. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. At this time, a strange sound came from the top of the 3 mountain peaks. The earth also shook violently, and a bottomless ravine was suddenly torn open under their feet. A strange power filled the valley and the 3 mountain peaks around it, and the runes on the 3 mountain peaks burst out with a dazzling radiance in an instant. "There's a change," Daka's subordinates cried out in panic. "You guys, go and report to the Lord Commander about the abnormality outside." It was the same for the people Dagmar left behind. They could sense that there was some sort of power slowly being released from the bottom of the 3 peaks. Not only was it affecting the valley, but it was also causing changes to the peaks. Before Dagmar's men could enter the belly of the mountain, an earth-shattering explosion resounded from the depths of the earth. Turbid air from the earth's core gushed out of the ravines and converged into the black mist in the valley. At the same time, the 3 mountains began to sway unsteadily amidst the violent tremors. the mountain Dagmar was on was swaying left and right, its tilt increasing as if it was a drunken giant. "What's going on?" Dagmar, Daka, and Aser shouted at the same time from the center of the three mountains. "It's dangerous! Everyone retreat!" In the belly of another mountain, Aser howled, and the sound waves exploded like thunder in the mountain tunnel, spreading in all directions. At the center of the mountain, they felt the changes even more deeply than Dagmar. There seemed to be a terrifying energy core at the center of the mountain that they had yet to reach. It was constantly pouring energy crystals into the mountain. As the mountain trembled and tilted, the boulders on the walls of the mountain bounced and crashed down from the top of their heads. These powerful god hunters wouldn't have to worry about their lives if it were an ordinary boulder falling from the mountain. However, as the mountain began to sway and the terrifying energy crystals at the center of the mountain began to spread, an unknown amount of bizarre energy permeated the entire mountain. Every single boulder that fell from the mountain contained extremely terrifying energy. Not only did that force weigh more than 5 million kilograms, but it also increased the speed at which the boulders rolled down the mountain. As the mountain was narrow and the god hunters were in great numbers, there was no way for them to avoid the impact of the boulders. Many of them were violently smashed into. Under the impact of the strange energy permeating the rocks, the god hunters, whose bodies weren't much stronger than ordinary humans, immediately fell to the ground with blood flowing out of their orifices. Those god hunters who were facing the falling rocks hurriedly formed energy barriers above their heads, hoping to avoid being struck by the strange rocks. Unfortunately, the boulders that had been imbued with a lot of power were extremely fast and terrifying. When a boulder fell on the barrier of power, it distorted the barrier. When a few large boulders fell together, the barrier that they had set up was as fragile as an eggshell, and it suddenly shattered into pieces. Within the belly of the mountain, rocks tumbled down and rolled back and forth along the slope of the mountain, causing great damage to the god hunters inside. The boulders, which contained a peculiar energy within them, were so sturdy that they rendered many powerless. Even when they blocked off the tunnels, they found it difficult to break through the god hunters' attacks. Only when several god hunters joined forces would they be able to break through the boulders. However, the moment the rocks were broken, they would explode like bombs. The shrapnels had extremely powerful penetrative force and shot everywhere in the narrow passages, causing great damage to the god hunters. Even though they knew that it would be very troublesome to destroy the rocks by force, they had no choice but to give it their all. That was because their escape route out of the mountain was completely blocked by the rocks. If they didn't leave before the mountain exploded with even more power, they knew that they wouldn't be able to escape alive. "Salus, look at what you've done." Daka roared angrily as he smashed the rocks in his way while loudly criticizing Salus. At this point, Daka knew that he had fallen for someone else's scheme and had fallen into a trap. The way he saw it, it was Salus's responsibility to bring them here. However, he didn't think that Salus would betray them. "How could I have known that this would happen? Daka, did you think that I framed you?" Salus sneered guiltily as he helped Daka. "What reason would I have to frame you? Brian and I have an irreconcilable grudge against each other. I'm here with you to settle the score with him." Daka didn't think too much about it. Seeing that Salus was getting agitated, he coldly said, "I don't know if you framed us or not, but if it wasn't for your suggestion, we wouldn't have ended up in this situation." "Don't you fucking slander me," Salus roared. "Dagmar was the one who made a fuss about coming in here. What does it have to do with me? Damn it, blaming others every time something goes wrong. If this goes on, I'm not going to serve you anymore." Salus wasn't a kind person. Back in the fringe, his temper was even worse than Daka's. But after suffering at the hands of Han Shura and his son, he had toned down a lot. However, a person's nature wasn't something that could be easily changed. Given that Salus didn't care about scheming people like Daka in the first place, his attitude naturally turned nasty. Seeing that Salus was so angry, Daka didn't say anything else. He snorted a few times and didn't say anything else. He understood that he still needed Salus to help him clear through the mountain obstructions. If Salus ignored him out of spite, he and Salus might be able to avoid the disaster with their strength as overgods, but most of his subordinates would definitely be dead or injured. Daka didn't waste any more time and focused on destroying the boulders blocking the way. The boulders contained a lot of special energy and were difficult for most god hunters to destroy. But with Daka and Salus's strength, it wasn't too much of a problem. Under their continuous bombardment, a path leading to the outside was blasted open. "Retreat!" Daka yelled, but he didn't rush out first. Instead, he turned around and yelled at his subordinates. His subordinates felt as if they had been pardoned from a great crime and hurriedly rushed towards the only way out. Rumble. 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 A loud rumble came from the center of the mountain and reverberated through every path. The mountain started to shake violently again. The two of them felt that the mountain might collapse at any moment. Heavens, what's going on? Daka's subordinates in the center of the valley were shocked and dumbfounded. It turned out that as the rumble came from the center of the three mountains, even larger ravines were torn open at the foot of the three mountains. The ravines were hundreds of meters long and spread out like a spider web. The three mountain peaks trembled violently after the densely packed ravines appeared, rapidly sinking into the bottomless depths of the earth. It was as if a giant mouth had opened up beneath the three mountains and was about to swallow them whole. "Quick, get out of here!" Daka was shocked. He could already feel the mountains rapidly sinking into the earth. He couldn't imagine who could have such terrifying power to make three mountains sink into the earth in such a short period of time. There was no longer any force that could stop the mountains from sinking. As the three mountains slowly sank into the earth began to contract and compress the mountain, causing a terrifying force to erupt from the center of the mountain. It was as if lightning had ignited the flames of the earth. Something terrifying happened once more. Following an earth-shattering rumble, the three mountains that were slowly sinking into the earth began to crumble. The strange runes on the mountain walls exploded one after another. The explosions seemed to have triggered some kind of energy from the mountains, causing the three mountains to crumble. The god hunters inside the mountains were either killed by the explosion or by the impact of the falling boulders. In an instant, the three hegemon subordinates in the mountains suffered heavy casualties. Chapter 949. Daka, Dagmar, and Aser had never imagined that they would suffer such heavy losses in this trip to the fringe, not to mention that it would come so quickly. It was so violent. The three mountains sank deep into the ground in just a few dozen seconds. The terrifying explosive force came from the center of the mountains. In an instant, thousands of their subordinates were killed. This was perhaps the most devastating blow they had ever suffered in the fringe. Loud rumbles echoed from the area. After the three mountains sank halfway into the ground, they began to crumble from the center. The energy contained within the mountains was released in an instant, causing the god hunters in the mountains to wail and howl. One after another, they were sent flying out of the mountains with blood spurting out of them. Rolling smoke descended from the sky. It was unknown if it had been waiting for a long time, but at the right time, it came grumblingly with the terrifying power. Many people who had flown out of the mountain had their bodies squeaking under the pressure of the rolling smoke. Their bodies were crushed into meat paste, falling into the massive ravines. It turned out that the black fog that filled the entire valley had been waiting for this moment after absorbing the turbid gas from the Earth's core. The three mountains had turned into a living hell. Although the explosions gradually calmed down, the wails and howls did not stop. Instead, they grew even more intense. The blood-curdling screams made one's hair stand on end. Gradually, the dust settled, and the sound of the explosion died down. After taking away hundreds and thousands of lives, the smoke that suddenly pressed down quietly disappeared with the wind without a trace. Dust and sand settled down from the sky. There were no more rocks flying out. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. The three mountains sunk deep into the earth but did not explode into smithereens. Gradually, figures covered in wounds walked out from the mountains. Some had blood dripping from the corners of their mouths, some had broken arms, but only a few dozen of them were completely unscathed. All of them, without exception, were high gods of formidable strength. Daka, Dagmar, and Aser were the last to walk out of the mountains. Their subordinates looked at them with pitiful expressions. The three of them looked like volcanoes that could erupt at any moment. The intense killing intent emanating from them made even their high god subordinates afraid to approach them. Salus walked out as well. He was overwhelmed with shock and had a deeper understanding of how terrifying the Han family was. At this moment, Salus no longer intended to fight to the death with the Han family. It wasn't that Salus was a coward, but Daka and the rest hadn't seen a single person today, and almost half of their experts had died. This far exceeded Salus's expectations of the Han family. Recalling the past, Salus couldn't help but smile bitterly. Back then, he was just like Daka and the other two, full of ambition to destroy Pandemonium. In the end, he was trapped in a strange barrier, and his subordinates didn't see a single member of the Han family. Just like today, they suffered heavy losses. After experiencing it once again, Salus had completely lost his temper. In a one-on-one fight, he was not a match for the Han family. In a team fight, the terrifying strength of the Han family's guards had gradually made many forces tremble in fear. On top of that, the Han family's defenses were ridiculously strong. Salus really didn't know how he could go up against the Han family. Forget it, forget it. I'd better get rid of that obsession in my heart. Salus, who had originally planned to settle the score with the Han family, only now did he truly understand himself and get rid of that obsession in his heart. After taking a deep breath, Daka pondered for a long while before finally gritting his teeth and roaring, "Do a head count." The subordinate beside Daka, who didn't dare to speak first, immediately gave the order. Dagmar and Acer waved their hands grimly, signaling for their subordinates to report the number of casualties. The three subordinates reported names one after another, but only half of them responded. Daka and the other two listened in silence, their faces turning darker and darker. Soon the results were out. Each of them had around 1,000 subordinates, but only half of them were still alive. Now, Tanai Shan only had slightly more than 2,000 god hunters left, and most of them were injured to varying degrees. They hadn't even encountered a single member of the Han family, but they had already lost half of their men. "Salus!" Dagmar roared, glaring at him with a pair of venomous eyes. "We were about to leave, but you insisted on turning back. What does that have to do with me?" Salus wasn't afraid at all. He looked coldly at Daka and Acer, who were also looking at him, and said, "Every time something goes wrong, you push all the blame onto me. Is that how you do things? Why did the Han family know we were coming? Why did they set up a trap for us? Salus, don't tell me you didn't know anything. There can't be such a coincidence." Dagmar barked. The bone throne floated over and landed in front of Salus. "Of course I didn't know." Salus roared. He pointed at Dagmar and roared, "Do you think I would betray you? Damn it, I was chased out of the fringe by Brian and the Han family. My Empyrean peak was razed to the ground and I can't go back to my home? Do you think I would ally with them to deal with you? Dagmar, have you lost your mind because of the quintessence shard? I don't believe that the Han family is so resourceful. If it weren't for you leading the way, we wouldn't have come here," Acer, who was usually quiet, suddenly said. He seemed to have his own suspicions. Salus was stunned for a moment before he suddenly retreated, letting Daka, Acer, and Dagmar stay a safe distance away. He then sneered, "You're all crazy. You blame me for your men's deaths. It seems that there's nothing more to say. I won't be playing with you three anymore. Do whatever you want." Without waiting for the three to say anything, Salus shot into the sky and disappeared in a flash. Daka, Dagmar, and Acer were stunned. They didn't expect him to leave just like that, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Be it Dagmar, Acer, or Daka, the reason why they blamed Salus was partly because they were a little suspicious, but more importantly, they wanted someone to take the blame. After all, the losses were too great and they didn't think it would be easy to explain it to their subordinates. All they could do was blame Salus. In their hearts, they really didn't think that Salus and Han Shuo would work together. Just as Salus said, he had an irreconcilable grudge with the Han family. They only allowed Salus to participate because they had a detailed understanding of his experiences in the Omphalos. So, although the three of them blamed Salus, they didn't gang up on him. If they really thought that Salus had betrayed them, they wouldn't have shown it. They would have found a chance to attack Salas when he wasn't paying attention and killed him before Salas could figure out what was going on. The three of them looked at each other with even more dismay. They didn't expect Salas to leave so decisively and disappear without a trace. Now that they had lost Salas, the local tyrant, and their subordinates were either injured or dead, things would be even more difficult to handle later on. Damn it, this guy actually left. Dagmar was furious. His heart was full of resentment, but he had nowhere to vent it. He had only wanted to push the blame onto Salas, but he didn't expect that Salas would abandon him before he could achieve his goal. So be it. With our current strength, as long as we don't fall into any traps, we should be able to deal with Pandemonium. Daka knew that the three of them couldn't afford to be disloyal anymore. Even if he wanted to curse Dagmar, he could only hold it in for the time being. Daka was full of confidence when he came. He didn't hold back at all when he said that he would completely destroy the Han family. But now, when he talked about Pandemonium, he unknowingly lost some of his confidence. He was no longer as certain as before. That's right, we can definitely destroy Pandemonium, Dagmar emphasized, but it sounded like he was trying to cheer himself up. Daka and the other two had suffered far too many casualties in these 3 mountains. They were no longer as sharp as before. Let's stabilize their injuries first. It's best that we leave this place immediately. This place is a little strange. Acer looked at the 3 mountains that had sunk halfway into the ground and felt extremely uncomfortable. His suggestion was immediately agreed to by the other 2. Without further ado, the 3 of them took inventory of the remaining soldiers and left Tanai. After the 3 of them disappeared for a while, Han Shuo and Han Hao emerged from the huge ravine below them. Han Shuo looked at the situation from midair and said regretfully, "Too much formation power will make the attack uneven. Otherwise, the 3 mountains wouldn't just have collapsed, but would have exploded. If that had happened, let alone their subordinates, even Daka and the other 2 would have been heavily injured. Father, this is already not bad. With this, the 3 of them won't be able to cause much trouble in Pandemonium." Han Hao looked at the ravine and said worriedly, "Won't the collapse of the mountains and the rupture of the earth affect my underground palace?" "It will definitely affect it a little, but don't worry. When this is over, Little Earth, Little Gold and the others will come and spend some time. Not only will they be able to restore this place, but the ground will also be filled with rocks. It will make your palace even more secure." Han Shuo laughed. While talking to Han Hao, Han Shuo waved his hand and recalled the God Hunter's souls that had yet to dissipate back into his body. Then he said to Han Hao, "Let's go. We'll wait for them in Pandemonium. I'm afraid that they won't dare to come in this time." Han Hao's lips curled into a faint smile. He felt that playing with Daka was rather interesting. "It's fine. It's best if they don't dare to come in. Let them go to Omphalos. Logue and Tyre are there anyway. It's better for us if they fight to the death." Han Shuo laughed heartily and left with Little Skull's half-finished avatar. Chapter 950. When Han Shuo returned to the Pandemonium, he was surprised to see Andrina. The little girl who was taken away by her mother in the Darkness Dominion was clearly much stronger than before. Andrina was acquainted with Phoebe and a few others back in the Darkness Dominion. When Phoebe and the others discovered her presence in the Pandemonium, they naturally let Andrina in. Otherwise, even with Andrina's current strength, it wouldn't be easy for her to enter the Pandemonium unscathed. In order to defend against the God Hunter Alliance's attack, Han Shuo had deployed many terrifying magical formations in the Pandemonium. Without the permission of the Han family, outsiders would have to pay an unbearable price. Andrina had stayed in the Pandemonium for a few days. She was very curious about Tanai. Not only did the Pandemonium have all kinds of barriers and energy crystals, but also the demonic formations deployed by Han Shuo and the 5 elite zombies. It was the demonic formations deployed by Han Shuo and the 5 elite zombies that attracted Andrina's attention. Their unique energy source piqued Andrina's curiosity. She asked about the usage and principles of the demonic formations in the Pandemonium. However, as the 5 elite zombies were still cultivating underground, no one was able to explain them to Andrina. Perhaps it was because Angelina was too bored in the Dominion of Destiny that she was very excited to come to Pandemonium. She seemed to always find something that interested her. She would even personally enter some formations to test them out. Every time, she would find something that would surprise her. When Han Shuo returned, Andrina naturally became even more excited. She exclaimed when she saw Han Shuo, "You scoundrel, why didn't you look for me when you came to the Fringe? The Destiny Dominion is right next to the Pandemonium. How disloyal of you." Andrina had always been cold and unfeeling towards others, but Han Shuo was an exception. "Aren't I busy? There are so many people who need me to take care of them. Where would I find the time? Besides, I don't even know where the Shrine of Destiny is. I don't even know where to look for you in the Destiny Dominion." Han Shuo smiled. He had never thought of going to the Destiny Dominion to see Andrina. For some reason, Han Shuo always felt that the Goddess of Destiny in the Dominion of Destiny was more difficult to deal with. Sometimes, Han Shuo even suspected that the Goddess of Destiny already knew that he cultivated demonic arts and secretly knew something. The reason why Sui Xiong had such doubts was that he had been facing more and more powerful opponents in the past few years, and he no longer concealed his demonic arts. If the Goddess of Destiny knew about the Demon Venerable's appearance in this universe, she would naturally be able to guess some of his origins and secrets. The Goddess of Destiny, as the main god of destiny, if she didn't know anything about his situation, it wouldn't make sense. "What are you busy with?" Andrina raised her head and harumphed. "You think I don't know what you've been doing in the Fringe? Let me tell you, from the moment you stepped into the Fringe, I've seen your every move." Han Shuo was stunned. He asked tentatively, "Oh? You haven't left the shrine, so how did you know my every move?" "My mother told me." Andrina giggled and said, "My mother said you have a lot of secrets. She knows your every move very well, and she often tells me about you." Han Shuo's heart sank. Something was wrong. Han Shuo didn't pursue the matter further. He smiled and asked Andrina, "How did you decide to come here? Does your mother know about it?" "I don't know. She seemed to have gone to see the god of death, Nestet. I took the opportunity to sneak away, hee. Andrina didn't seem to be worried about the goddess of destiny's punishment. Han Shuo was stunned. He looked at Andrina with a bitter smile and didn't know what to say. "I heard that the God Hunter Alliance is planning to invade the Fringe. I came here to support you." "But you don't welcome me?" Andrina raised her brow and pretended to be angry. Welcome. How could I not welcome you?" Han Shuo put on a delighted look and pulled Andrina to her feet. He said, "Tanai still has some energy towers that I'm not satisfied with. Now that you're here, let me take a good look at them." The energy Andrina cultivated was different from ordinary people. Andrina had reached a very miraculous realm in the use of energy crystals. With Andrina's help, Han Shuo believed that the defenses of Pandemonium would reach new heights. "I've already checked on you. But because you haven't returned, I didn't dare to act on my own. I don't want those guys to think that I'm trying to destroy this place." Andrina had been wandering around Pandemonium for a long time and she had been itching to show off her power. She immediately agreed to Han Shuo's suggestion. After taking a short pause, Andrina said, "But if you want me to help you modify those energy towers, you don't have enough energy crystals right now. You need at least 3 times the energy crystals before I can start. Do you have that many energy crystals?" "No problem." Han Shuo laughed heartily. Using his consciousness, he instructed Metal Elite Zombie, who was meditating in the secret chamber, to bring up all the energy crystals he has. As the owner of Goldstone, Metal Elite Zombie naturally had no lack of energy crystals. Most of the defenses of Pandemonium were made up of demonic formations, leaving most of the energy crystals unused. On top of that, Little Skull Han Hao had plundered a lot of goods from various large shops. Therefore, the underground warehouse of Pandemonium had a very large stock of energy crystals. Metal Elite Zombie, who was practicing the Penta-Elemental Undead formation with Wood Elite Zombie and the others in the secret chamber, immediately stopped practicing after receiving Han Shuo's telepathic instructions. He went to the warehouse of energy crystals, filled up an entire space ring, and returned to the surface. "Huh!" Metal Elite Zombie cried out in surprise as soon as he arrived beside Han Shuo. His eyes were glowing as he stared at Andrina. He was dumbstruck and stood there motionless. Circles of dazzling white crystal light rippled out from Angelina's body. She also looked at Metal Elite Zombie with a very strange expression. Her pupils emitted a dazzling halo. One Metal Elite Zombie and one Angelina, they were like two magnets, firmly staring at each other. Bizarre soul undulations emanated from the two. Unbeknownst to Han Shuo, the two had started communicating in a way that even Han Shuo couldn't understand. In an instant, it was as though Han Shuo had become an extra and was completely ignored by the two. The conversation between the two was very long. They just stared at each other, motionless, for a few hours. In the beginning, Han Shuo was somewhat baffled. Later on, he gradually realized the reason behind it. Metal Elite Zombie was refined by Han Shuo with the yuan energy of metal. In addition to having the golden cudgel in his body, he was the darling of all metal and stone. He was born with an understanding of metal and stone and was able to distinguish the energy of each type of metal and stone. He could even fuse himself with metal and stone to pierce through mountains and split rocks. Andrina was also a special life form. She could consume energy crystals to increase her strength. Whether it was her life magnetic field or the energy she grasped, they all carried the purity of energy crystals. Even her bones and body were filled with the purest energy of energy crystals. Andrina was like a piece of the purest and most special energy crystal. However, she possessed life. The more special the stone, the more attractive it was to the Metal Elite Zombie. Similarly, the Metal Elite Zombie's origin energy from the Metal Elite Zombie's body was also extremely attractive to Angelina. When these two bizarre life forms met, if nothing miraculous happened, it would really be rather inexcusable. Metal Elite Zombie and Andrina communicated in a way that no one could understand. They were motionless like two boulders. If it wasn't for the intense soul undulations coming from their bodies, Han Shuo would have thought that the two were the most ordinary of stones. Han Shuo looked at the two with great interest. He felt somewhat happy. Perhaps it was because of his messy style. He always hoped that the 5 elite zombies and Little Skull could be like him, not only possessing valiant strength, but also truly living their own lives. Han Shuo didn't want the 5 elite zombies and Little Skull to be emotionless beings. He wanted them to live like normal people. He wanted them to possess more human emotions, have their own women, and even have their own children. In the depths of Han Shuo's heart, he truly thought of the 5 elite zombies and Little Skull as his own children. Every father in the world would not only wish for their children to be safe, but also to live a good and perfect life. Han Shuo was no exception. He felt that if the 5 elite zombies and Little Skull could have their own families, that would be the ideal outcome he desired. Like two magnets, Andrina and Metal Elite Zombie seemed to be naturally attracted to each other. They stared at each other for a long time. After a long while, Zovik hurriedly returned and reported some news to Han Shuo. His loud voice seemed to have awakened Andrina and Metal Elite Zombie. Their eyes gradually regained clarity. Almost at the same time, Metal Elite Zombie and Andrina put on a faint smile and very naturally walked towards each other, holding hands. Everything was so natural and there wasn't the slightest bit of awkwardness. It was as though Metal Elite Zombie and Andrina were a couple who had been in love for hundreds or thousands of years. After holding hands, the two were overjoyed and looked at each other with gazes filled with deep love. Han Shuo was stunned. He had thought that Metal Elite Zombie and Andrina might end up together, but he didn't think that the two would come together so quickly, so directly, and so naturally. "Father, I finally understand why you and Phoebe and the others are like that. Hee, what a wonderful feeling." Han Jin looked at Han Shuo smilingly as though he had a deep understanding of love. For some reason, when Han Shuo addressed Han Shuo's women, whether it was the 5 elite zombies or Little Skull, he addressed them directly by their names without any additional emotions. Very good, very good. Han Shuo was delighted and laughed heartily. Chapter 951. Leave the rest to the two of us. Andrina and I will take care of everything, said Han Jin confidently. It seemed that he was very excited about communicating with Andrina through the soul. That's right. We will take care of what needs to be done. Don't worry, said Andrina with a faint smile. She would turn to look at Han Jin from time to time as she spoke. Han Jin was rather familiar with the layout of the Pandemonium. Back when Han Shua was constructing the various formations in the Pandemonium, Han Jin and the other 4 sovereigns had been helping him. Therefore, apart from Han Shua, the 5 sovereigns were the only ones who were familiar with the Pandemonium's formations. With Han Jin helping Andrina, Han Shua believed that she would be able to bring out her full potential. Seeing that the 2 sovereigns were very confident, Han Shua naturally let them do as they pleased. He nodded and smilingly said, "Very well, I happen to have some matters to take care of." After giving Han Jin a few reminders about the modifications to the special formations and the things to pay attention to, Han Shua left the task of modifying the energy towers in the Pandemonium to the 2 sovereigns. When Zovik arrived, he reported to Han Shua that the various factions of the God Hunter Alliance had entered the fringe. Tyre, Log, Wasis, Asura, and the others would soon face the joint attack of the hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance. On the surface, the hegemons of the God Hunter Alliance were very powerful. They usually moved in groups. At this rate, the sovereigns of the fringe would be in for a very difficult battle. However, Han Shua knew that the 4 sovereigns had their own trump cards. After all, the fringe was a place that they had set up for many years. If they could make full use of the unique terrain of the fringe, gather their powerful forces and use special methods to attack, even a demigod would be gravely injured. Take Log's boneyard for example. It contained the intense element of death that Log had meticulously set up for many years. As long as he was in the boneyard, Log's power would greatly increase. In the boneyard, Log would probably be able to defeat Tyre. That was because Log had long become one with the element of death in the boneyard. He could use all of the energy in the boneyard. If the invading god hunters entered the boneyard, Log could use the energy of the boneyard to gather his many high god subordinates to attack an overgod of the same realm as him. He could injure the overgod severely in an instant or even destroy his divine soul. Tyre, Wazer, and Asura were in a similar situation. If they could make good use of their forces and create an advantageous situation for themselves, they would be able to put up a good fight as local tyrants. But if the battle did not take place in the ideal of the overgod, they would be. When he arrived at the bottom of Pandemonium, he found a strand of little skeleton's divine soul and asked, "How long will it take for your main body to return?" "I have already entered the fringe. I should be able to return in 3 days," replied Little Skull calmly after thinking for a moment. Han Shua nodded and said in a deep voice, "I have attached a strand of my consciousness to the demon general to keep an eye on Dagmar and the others. They are still recovering. I don't think they will dare to enter the Pandemonium for another 10 days or so. With you in the Pandemonium, the 5 elite zombies, Andrina, and Sanguiner using the power of the Pandemonium, well, even if Daka and the others were to attack, they won't be able to breach the Pandemonium's defenses in a short period of time." "You have business to attend to?" asked Little Skull. He immediately realized something. "Yeah, I'm going out for a bit. Don't worry, I will return as soon as I finish my business." "Given your strength and my arrangements in the Pandemonium, Daka and the others won't be able to attack immediately. There shouldn't be any problems," said Han Shua. "Go ahead. I will keep an eye on this place," said Little Skull with a nod. Han Shua then carefully described the usage of the demonic formations in the Pandemonium. After making sure that Little Skull was familiar with the formations in the Pandemonium, Han Shua quietly left. The glacial cave on Glacial Peak. Wasis sat cross-legged in the cave like an ice sculpture. The ice that enveloped him emanated a bone-chilling aura. A figure knelt at the entrance of the glacial cave and respectfully reported, "My lord, I have received reliable news that the hegemons of the space-time and destiny dominions are on their way here." Crack, crack. The ice sculpture suddenly broke free and a frigid energy was released from Wasi's body. The ice sculpture shattered like glass. Wasi's body was still emanating a frosty aura. He slowly moved his arms and legs. The frosty aura on Wasi's body seemed to have fused with the glacial cave. "Ansit, are you sure?" asked Wasis after moving for a while. Ansit, who also cultivated in the Edict of Water, quietly took a few steps back. The frosty aura emanating from Wasis was so terrifying that even Ansit found it hard to withstand it. There's no doubt about it. They are heading towards Glacial Peak. The hegemons of the Spacetime and Destiny Dominions are said to be the two most mysterious existences in the Godhunter Alliance. No one knows their true strength. "What should we do?" asked Ansit respectfully. "Spacetime, Destiny?" Wasis bunched his brows as though he was thinking about something very important. After a while, Wasis said, "I'm really looking forward to meeting a hegemon who cultivates in these two energies. It is said that the Edict of Destiny is the most miraculous of the 12 fundamental energies. There are very few experts who can reach High God realm by cultivating the Edict of Destiny. Each and every one of them is an extremely mysterious and unfathomable character. I wonder what realm this hegemon is at. My lord, those who cultivate in the Edict of Spacetime are also very terrifying. If there is an overgod among them, they can even sneak into Glacial Peak. Should we make preparations in advance?" Ansit was rather nervous. Although Wasis was powerful, he was only one person. However, his opponents were hegemons from two dominions. Ansit did not know if Wasis could handle them by himself. "Everything that needs to be prepared has been prepared." Wasis shot a glance at Ansit as though he could read her mind. He said indifferently, "As cultivators of the Edict of Ice, our hearts should be as hard as ice. We should not be afraid of any threat. If you wish to advance further, you must remember that even if you are about to die, you must not feel fear." "Thank you for your guidance, my lord." Ansit respectfully kowtowed to Wasis. She was sincerely grateful. Among the 5 sovereigns of the Fringe, Wasis was the most unreasonable one. However, Wazer was also famous for one thing. As long as his subordinates cultivated in the elemental energy of water, he would always give them pointers in their cultivation. As a result, the strength of those who followed him would improve by leaps and bounds. Even though Ansit had cultivated the energy of water to late-stage High God realm and might very well be able to reach the same realm as him with his guidance, Wazer didn't put up any guard against him. He would still say whatever he needed to say. It was as though he wasn't afraid that his subordinates would surpass him. It was for this reason that most of the fiends who came to the Fringe from the 12 dominions and cultivated in the elemental energy of water would join Wazer's cause. "Let's go. Tell them that they no longer need to stand guard outside Glacial Peak. Activate all the energy towers and gather the frigid energy of Glacial Peak. Those who don't cultivate in the elemental energy of water are to stay in the mountain for now," Wazer said to Ansit after a moment of silence. "Everyone go into the caves." Ansit nodded repeatedly. She immediately left after Wasis finished his orders and conveyed his orders to her subordinates. However, as soon as Ansit's orders were conveyed, Wasis's subordinates had yet to carry them out. Suddenly, an enormous space-time rift appeared above Glacial Peak. Numerous figures flew out from it and stood densely on the Glacial Peak. Their eyes were cold and sinister as they searched for their next targets. "Wazer, I can see through your plans in advance. Your fate has already been decided. Come out, we can have a good talk if you don't want your subordinates to die with you," said an old woman with a 6-pointed star pattern on her chest. She was holding a crystal ball glowing in green light. Her voice was strangely bewitching as it reverberated above Glacial Peak. As she spoke, many figures flew out from the space-time rift behind her. Finally, an old man with long eyebrows came out from the space-time rift. He closed the space-time rift as though he was closing a door. "Wasis, with Maski's ability to predict your movements and my sealing of the space-time rift, you won't be able to escape." After the old man closed the space-time rift, he walked to the glacial cavern with a smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, the space-time distorted and ripples spread outwards. Ansit and Wasis's subordinates were about to dive into the glacial cavern when they suddenly discovered that the space-time rift had warped. They were trapped in the glacial cavern, unable to move at all. They had no way to resolve the situation and carry out Wasis's orders. One can predict my movements, the other can seal the space-time rift. The two of you working together is probably the most perfect combination. How lucky I am. Wasis's voice came from the glacial cavern. When his voice faded, he was already standing at the entrance of the glacial cavern, staring coldly at the two. Wasis, not only your fate, but the fate of the fringe has been sealed, said the old woman called Maski with a solemn expression as though she was the messenger in charge of everything. She fiddled with the crystal ball with her fingers as she spoke nonchalantly. You're not an overgod, Wasis suddenly said as he looked deeply at Maski. Those who cultivate in the Edict of Destiny. Maski pointed in the direction of the Dominion of Destiny, except for that one. No one can reach the overgod realm, not even a pseudo-overgod. We're different from you. You can reach this realm without a quintessence, but we don't have a quintessence and will forever be high gods. After a short pause, Maski chuckled softly and said, but that's enough. At this point, Maski's brow furrowed. The crystal ball flashed, and Maski suddenly shouted, Dennis, do it. He seems to be waiting for someone, and I can't predict who it is. Chapter 952. Dennis, the god hunter hegemon from the Space Dominion, was rather startled by Maski's words. For a moment, he did not seem to realize the gravity of the situation. Instead, he looked at Maski in puzzlement and asked, Maski, didn't you say that nothing can escape your control? The crystal ball in her hand emitted a dark green glow. Maski's wrinkles tightened and she said anxiously, Dennis, cut the crap and get to work. I can sense that Wasis is waiting for someone, and that person is clearly not our friend. Who can help him? Dennis asked calmly. The 5 sovereigns of the fringe can't even fend for themselves. Apart from overgod experts, no one can break through my dimensional seal. What are you worried about? Wasis feels that once that person arrives, we won't be able to leave Glacial Peak alive. That's what he feels. There's no doubt about it. Dennis, we've worked together for so many years. Don't you trust me? Maski glared at Dennis. Wazer was rather astonished. He did not expect that Maski, a high god, would possess such divine abilities. She could even read his thoughts. But what puzzled Wasis the most was why Maski couldn't tell who that person was. Dennis suddenly realized the gravity of the situation when he saw that Maski was truly enraged. He had worked together with Maski for more than a year or two. He knew how powerful Maski's abilities were. Maski wouldn't speak without thinking, especially at such a crucial moment. Dennis didn't waste any more words. His face darkened as he prepared to attack. But before he could do anything, Wazer had already unleashed his domain of frost. As soon as his domain of divinity unfurled, frigid white mist suddenly gushed out of the ice cavern behind him and enveloped Wazer in an instant. Wazer had been cultivating in the frost cavern for many years and had long become one with the frigid mist in the cavern. The frigid mist moved under his control like agile snakes and slithered towards Dennis and Massey. Wherever the white mist passed, the space would crackle. The space that was sealed by Dennis was like a frozen mirror, and it seemed to be gradually cracking. Wasis's subordinates, who had been locked by Dennis' dimension, suddenly felt their bodies loosening, and they immediately broke free from the shackles. Without waiting for Wasis's order, they hurried into the ice caves on the mountainside of the glacial peak, fearing that they would be trapped by the power of space again. Dennis's expression changed slightly. He snorted and said disdainfully, Wasis, do you really think you can escape this? I alone am enough to defeat you, not to mention with Maski. Perhaps you don't know this, but someone who cultivates in the power of destiny, even a high god, can make you tremble in fear. Upon finishing those words, Dennis let out a loud shout. Intense spatial ripples emanated from his body. The energy on his body affected the structure of space, forming an enormous spatial blade in an instant that sliced down at Wasis. As soon as the spatial blade appeared, the white mist released by Wazer was immediately affected by the power of space. Not only was it unable to continue spreading, but it was also suppressed by the power of space towards Wazer. Like a tide flowing backwards, the white mist surged back towards Wazer and the ice cavern. At the same time, Maskey cackled sinisterly. Her fingers suddenly sunk deep into the crystal ball. At some point in time, a blurry figure appeared within the crystal ball. One could vaguely make out that it was Wasi's. Wisps of green light were released from Maskey's fingers into the crystal ball. The green light looked like hair-thin threads that slowly wrapped around the figure inside the crystal ball. When the green threads covered the hands and feet of the crystal ball, Maskey cackled in delight, and then pulled it tight. Suddenly, Wasi's, who was about to fill the area around him with ice, felt his body tighten as though hundreds of invisible ropes had wrapped around him. He could not move his limbs and could only watch helplessly as Dennis' spatial blade sliced towards him. Wasi's, when Maskey and I work together, we've never met many worthy opponents. Ha, just accept your fate. Dennis chuckled as he watched the spatial blade gather spatial energy and rapidly slice towards the immobilized Wasi's. Wasi's pushed all the energy in his body to the limit in an instant. The white mist that returned to him instantly entered his body. Wasi's body rapidly froze. In that instant, he seemed to have become one with the cold of Glacial Peak, becoming the toughest piece of ice that would never melt for 10,000 years. The spatial blade finally descended. Crack, crack, crack. Crack, crack, crack. An ear-piercing sound came from the ice that covered Wasi's body. The ice condensed from the frigid aura of Glacial Peak was not immediately sliced apart by the spatial blade. Instead, the ice merely shattered inch by inch. Wasi's, who was in the center of the ice sculpture, was as pale as a sheet. A trickle of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and instantly turned into a red icicle. Unfortunately, I can only bind his body, but I can't bind his soul as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to use his divine soul to form ice. He would be dead by now. Maskey was not without regret. She fiddled with it with both hands, and the green threads dug deep into the flesh of the little personage. If you can find the quintessence shard of destiny, you will be able to advance further. With the help of the quintessence shard, you will be able to control the souls of others as well. When that time comes, the two of us will be able to rule the God Hunter Alliance. Dennis smiled and consoled Maskey. From the two's point of view, Wasi's was done for. All that was left was for the spatial blade to cut through the ice and his divine body would be cut in two. At this moment, due to Maskey's manipulation, Wasi's body was once again pierced by the invisible threads and his divine body was immediately damaged. One was Dennis, and the other was Maskey. When the two of them worked together, it was truly terrifying. Wasi's, whose every move was seen through by Maskey, gradually lost the initiative. He was forced into a passive position from start to finish and finally fell. Dennis and Maskey chatted and laughed, no longer paying attention to Glacial Peak. They knew that once Wasi's was done for, no matter how many barriers and formations were set up on Glacial Peak, they would not be able to unleash their true power. It would be a fool's dream for those high gods who weren't even at the level of an overgod to defeat the two of them. Hurry up. Wasi's has something he can rely on. He's waiting for someone to come. Let's kill him first and wait for that person to walk into our trap. Maskey's fingers, which were inserted into the crystal ball, emitted even more green energy and turned into thin threads that coiled around Wasi's. It seemed that she wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. My lord! Ansett shouted with bloodshot eyes when she saw that Wazer was getting closer and closer to her, seemingly unable to fight back at all. Ansett, who had just crawled into the ice cave with great difficulty, saw that Wazer was getting closer and closer to her. Save the Lord! Every one of Wasi's followers who had crawled into the ice hole had the same thought in their minds. Wasi's had never treated them with courtesy and would sometimes even teach them a lesson. But at the most crucial moment, his followers were more loyal than the last. They fearlessly crawled out of the ice hole and charged towards Dennis and Maskey. Courting death, Dennis sneered. Dimensional ripples emanated from his body. A few of Wasi's followers who were charging towards him suddenly had fist-sized holes of light appear in the space around them. An unparalleled suction force came from the holes and pulled them towards the holes. Their bodies seemed to have turned into liquid. Under the powerful dimensional suction force, their flesh, bones, and souls were all sucked into the holes of light. In no time at all, They disappeared without a trace. Within the ice, Wasis's eyes were spitting fire. Although he was trapped, he was still aware of the situation around him. It was only just now that he realized that his followers, whom he usually beat and scolded as he pleased, were actually so loyal to him. It was precisely because of this that Wasis was infuriated to see them die for nothing. Unfortunately, his body was trapped by Maski and he had to constantly expend his divine energy to deal with Dennis' dimensional blades. He could only watch as his followers died one after another, unable to break free and save them. "Why aren't you here yet? Why aren't you here yet? Have you been using me all this time? Why? Wazer glared at the man in front of him. His heart was filled with monstrous hatred. The feeling of betrayal almost drove Wazer mad. He even wanted to abandon his divine body at all costs so that he could kill one of them together with him. An ear-piercing howl came from the distance, perhaps because Wazer's inner voice could be heard. From the direction of the howl came a horde of ferocious-looking creatures with their fangs bared. They gathered in the sky and pressed down on Wazer like a dark cloud. Ferocious, evil power came from the densely packed creatures. Dennis's space barrier was smashed into pieces by the creatures. It was torn apart in an instant. As soon as the dimensional barrier was broken, the strange creatures dispersed like bats and pounced towards Dennis and Maski's Godhunter subordinates. The peak of Glacial Peak suddenly darkened. The strange creatures blotted out the sky and filled every corner of the peak in an instant. Wasi's eyes beamed with joy. The moment he saw those strange creatures, he knew that he had trusted the right person. He knew that his chance for revenge had come. Frick, frick, frick. 17 flying swords tore through the void and suddenly appeared above Glacial Peak. Before Dennis and Maski could react, the swords had already enveloped them. The flying swords streaked across the sky and formed a dense net that trapped the two. The net was constantly tightening. Chapter 953. Dennis and Massey's joy turned to sorrow. Before they could exert more pressure to kill Wasis, they were now trapped without knowing why. By the time they came to their senses, they realized that the interweaving blades were extremely sharp, so sharp that they subconsciously moved closer to the center. Their restraints on Wasis crumbled due to the chaos in their movements. The blades formed from spatial energy could no longer maintain their terrifying power and could no longer exert pressure on Wasis. Massey was in an even worse state. The destiny energy in her crystal ball was rendered useless due to the chaotic undulations of her soul. Wasis felt his body lighten, and he could move his arms and legs again. The power that restrained him just now was gone. Watching as his subordinates were killed by the dimensional holes one by one, Wasis felt the pressure lessen. The white mist around him quickly condensed into a single strand and struck the spatial blades. Dennis, who was surrounded by the 17 flying swords, could no longer supply his spatial divine energy to the spatial blades. Faced with Wazer's furious attack, the spatial blades transformed into white light and vanished without a trace. The icy divine energy circulated a few times in his body as Wasis purged the remnants of destiny energy in his body. Then, his cold gaze landed on Dennis and Massey, who were trapped by the 17 flying swords. "Who is it? Come out!" Dennis snorted. He could sense the intense danger lurking in the shadows, but he couldn't pinpoint the other party's location. Massey's expression was solemn. The emerald light from the crystal ball in her hand made her face appear eerie and terrifying. Rays of light shot from her fingernails into the crystal ball. Massey had long since given up on pressuring Wasis, focusing all her attention on spying on the person lurking in the shadows. Dennis and Massey knew that the person lurking in the shadows was extremely powerful and was using a power they weren't familiar with. At this moment, an enemy whose whereabouts they couldn't pinpoint was a great threat, especially when he might be even stronger than Wasis. For some reason, Maski's crystal ball, which had never failed before, failed to detect the enemy in the dark. No matter how much destiny divine power Maski poured into the crystal ball, she could not make the figure of the person appear. "Haven't you found it yet?" Dennis was a little anxious because the ice on Wasis's body had completely disappeared, which meant that he would soon be able to fight again. An embouchure was enough to make the two of them feel like they were sitting on pins and needles. Now that Wasis was out of their control, the two of them had a bad feeling about this. I can't find it. This is too strange. Maski's tone was a little panicked, which was completely different from her previous confidence. As long as I go all out, I can almost predict the movements of most overgods without quintessence. But this person is clearly here, and yet I can't grasp him. What does this mean? Dennis moved closer to Maski. The 17 flying swords were still weaving into the net of swords and shrinking bit by bit. He felt a strong sense of threat and had no choice but to stand at the center of the net like Maski. Apart from overgods with quintessence and quintessence shards, only those who are most proficient in the power of the soul can break free from the shackles of destiny. He's clearly not one of the 12 overgods. He either has a quintessence shard, or his mastery of the soul has reached a level where he can forcefully change destiny, Maski said solemnly after a moment's thought. Dennis was rather astonished at those words. Overgods with quintessence shards were usually afraid of being hunted down by the 12 overgods, so they didn't dare to show their strength. They didn't even dare to show themselves on Elysium, and would usually cultivate in seclusion in unknown, remote material planes. Such people were so rare that they wouldn't appear on Elysium for centuries or even millennia. As for those without quintessence shards who could break free from the power of destiny by relying on their profound understanding of the soul, they were just as rare. No matter what kind of person they were definitely powerful enough to make Dennis and Maski's hearts palpitate. We have to get out of here, Dennis said in a deep voice as the net of swords tightened and would soon envelop them. I'm not good at this. Maski smiled bitterly. As a cultivator of the Edict of Destiny, she didn't fight with brute force. The net of swords obviously wouldn't be affected by her power of destiny, so she felt very helpless. Dennis pondered for a moment before the ripples of spatial energy around his body intensified. He planned to use the spatial divine energy in his body to create a space-time tunnel to leave. However, when he released his spatial divine energy, he suddenly realized that the 17 flying swords had affected the structure of space. The space he and Maski were in felt rather unfamiliar. So unfamiliar that his spatial divine energy couldn't even create a space-time rift for them to leave. What's wrong? Maski was shocked. She had seen Dennis move and suddenly become aghast, so she immediately asked. What a terrifying fellow. Dennis took a deep breath as if he had made up his mind. He grabbed Maski and the two of them floated into a scroll like a wisp of smoke. The scroll floated in the air, emitting a powerful spatial ripple within the net of swords. With a flash of light, the two of them disappeared from the net and appeared in the sky above Glacial Peak. Dennis, why you destroyed the space you spent 1,000 years creating? Maski suddenly cried out in shock. A Space Force master at Dennis's level could rely on his own comprehension of the force of space to open up a small space of his own, just like a true god. Within the space he opened up, he was an omnipotent god, and everything was under his control. The scroll that had just been destroyed was the basis for Dennis's construction of this dimension. There was a miniature plane inside, and although it didn't have any living beings, it had all the necessary mountains and lakes. It had taken Dennis 1,000 years to build. The reason he was so close to Maski was that he hoped to find a quintessence shard for Maski one day. That way, Maski would be able to imbue the dimension he created with the power of destiny. Then, he would be able to find an expert of life to complete the half-finished material plane. Once the material plane he created had life and the life orbits in it were operating normally, he and Maski would be able to leave Elysium and become omnipotent. Even an overgod with a quintessence would not be able to defeat him in the dimension he created. They would be able to do whatever they wanted. Overgods with a quintessence were invincible, but if they could rely on this dimension, they would be safe as long as the overgod did not kill them immediately. It was a pity that the half-finished material plane was destroyed before it could even be completed. Maski was even more agitated than Dennis when she saw her and Dennis' years of hard work go up in flames. She suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood onto the crystal ball. In an instant her soul and the crystal ball seemed to fuse as one. Within the crystal ball, the veins, the medulla, the left and right hemispheres of a human brain appeared. Everything a human brain possessed was clearly displayed in the crystal ball. A cloud of gray smoke floated in the brain, as though it was a person's divine soul. Gradually, a blurry silhouette appeared on the surface of the crystal ball. White clouds clustered around him as he rapidly flew in a certain direction. Dennis' eyes glowed as he stared at the silhouette on the surface of the crystal ball. A few seconds later, Dennis suddenly realized something and looked up at the sky in shock. A faint silhouette suddenly charged out from under the white clouds above their heads. A dense killing intent suddenly burst forth and poured down like water from a broken dam. "It's up there," Dennis exclaimed. He grabbed Masky and teleported away. He then slapped the crystal ball that Masky was tightly clenching. Masky woke up immediately. Her eyes were bloodshot and 2 streams of blood flowed from her nostrils. Using one's soul as a medium to pry into something she was not supposed to know, one had to pay a terrible price. Down below, the sky was filled with demon generals as Wasi's subordinates charged out and attacked the invading god hunters. After Wasis freed himself from the ice sculpture, he did not immediately charge at Dennis and Masky after discovering that they were trapped by the 17 flying swords. Instead, he kept his eyes on the 2 while mercilessly slaughtering the invading god hunters. By the time Dennis and Masky left using the dimension created over 1,000 years, Wasis had already turned 9 high gods of the God Hunter Alliance into ice sculptures. Suddenly, Han Shua's voice sounded from above Glacial Peak. "Wasis, let's kill the girls first." With one thought, 9 streams of white, frosty air shot out from Wazer's body and landed on the 9 god hunters who had been turned into ice sculptures. Crack, 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 crack. The 9 ice sculptures shattered into pieces. The 9 god hunters' divine bodies were shredded into hundreds of tiny pieces. Their flesh and blood were scattered all over the place. "Here it comes." Wasis sneered sinisterly. Ignoring the chaotic slaughter on Glacial Peak, he grinned at Masky, who had blood flowing out of her nostrils like a bloodthirsty demon. On the Glacial Peak, he could only watch helplessly as several of his subordinates were killed for him, unable to do anything about it. Back then, Wasis swore that if he could escape, he would make sure that the adulterous couple stayed on Glacial Peak forever. But Wasis had endured the most difficult and painful moments. He had survived the moment of certain death. He wanted blood for blood. Now that Han Shua had arrived, he no longer had to fight alone. Glacial Peak isn't that easy to break through. Wasis took to the sky and joined Han Shua in a pincer attack. Chapter 954. The 2 of them had been brimming with confidence. One of them had predicted all of Wasis's moves, while the other had sealed off Glacial Peak, trapping Wasis like a turtle in a jar. The 2 of them had not expected such an encounter. Not only had they failed to kill Wasis and his subordinates, but they had also fallen into an extremely disadvantageous position. Han Shua flew down from the skies, activating his demonic arts. The killing intent around him condensed into a giant hand that covered the skies, trapping the 2 of them tightly. Wasis reached out and grabbed, and a 10-meter-long icicle flew out of the ice cave. The icicle sparkled like white jade, releasing wisps of white smoke as an extremely cold energy shot out from it. The icicle was like a spear, carrying the coldest energy of Glacial Peak. It seemed to be the crystallization of Glacial Peak's power, and once it appeared, the already frigid temperature of Glacial Peak dropped yet another level. The gigantic palm in the sky pressed down from a distance, and a frightening baleful aura and cold chi rushed forward. Squeaking sounds could be heard, and clouds of light smoke were emitted. Masky had finally forced Han Shua out, but when she realized that she had become the target, she immediately leaned against Dennis. Dennis, who cultivated the power of space, was no longer restrained the moment he escaped from Han Shua's sword net. He grabbed Masky again and used his power of space to suddenly teleport to the top of Glacial Peak. Masky's fingers moved the crystal ball, as if weaving something within it. Green threads as thin as hair tangled together, forming a strange pattern. Suddenly, Wasis's body tensed, and the icicle in his hand flew uncontrollably towards Han Shua. The change was too sudden, and Wasis did not have time to pull back. The icicle in his hand stabbed towards the giant hand coming down from the sky. Han Shuo, move! Wasis did not have time to react and could only shout. It's fine. Han Shuo laughed softly as he was covered by the giant hand. The palm made of killing intent immediately disappeared, and wisps of killing intent dissipated, drifting to the side like smoke. At the same time, a majestic figure suddenly flew past from the side, quickly flying towards Dennis. With a single thought, the 17 flying swords mysteriously appeared once more. They flew toward Dennis and Lu Ta from all directions, preparing to trap them again. But with his previous experience, Dennis was already on his guard. Before Han Shuo's swords could land, he immediately teleported, not allowing them to surround him. Maski's power alone could only cause Wasis some trouble for a while. Without Dennis's cooperation, she could not kill Wasis alone. As the icicle flew into the sky, the divine power within Wasis furiously surged against the power that had suddenly appeared in his body. Not having to deal with the spatial blades like before, Wasis only needed 3 breaths to break free. Maski spat out a mouthful of blood. She had used her power of destiny on Wasis, and when Wasis broke free of her power, she could not avoid being injured again by the impact. She spat out a mouthful of blood onto the crystal ball in her hand, turning it a demonic red. It looked extremely evil and strange, making one feel very uncomfortable. Dennis, let's retreat, Maski said helplessly, her face pale after catching her breath. Under the pursuit of Han Shuo's 17 flying swords, Dennis could only constantly teleport short distances to dodge. She could not completely trap Wasis, and it was only a matter of time before she lost. That was why Maski had to warn Dennis. Dennis knew that they were in a very bad situation. When he saw that Maski was still unable to pose a threat to Wasis, he suddenly realized that although the two of them could gain the upper hand against one overgod of the same realm, they would be the ones at a disadvantage if they were to face two. Dennis wanted to leave immediately, but the God Hunter subordinates he and Maski brought with them were still engaged in a fierce battle with the people of Glacial Peak. His subordinates were already at a disadvantage. If he and Maski were to leave without a care in the world, none of his subordinates would be able to escape alive. They were all elites under Dennis and Maski's command, and if they were to be wiped out, they would definitely suffer a great blow to their strength. Even if the God Hunter Alliance were to emerge victorious in the battle in the Fringe, without those subordinates, they would not be able to take the initiative in the distribution of profits in the future. Therefore, Dennis was hesitant. He pondered on how to find a suitable time to reopen a spatial tunnel and bring his subordinates away from Glacial Peak. While Dennis was thinking about his subordinates, Han Shuo was also feeling very depressed. Given his and Wasis's strength, they could definitely kill Dennis and Maski. Unfortunately, Dennis cultivated in the Edict of Space and was afraid that Han Shuo's 17 flying swords would surround him, so he kept teleporting. Glacial Peak was enormous and Dennis would never stay in one place for too long. Furthermore, teleporting short distances would not consume too much of his divine energy. As a result, although Han Shuo and Wasis were full of enthusiasm, they could not capture Dennis, let alone fight him head-on. If the battle were to take place in Pandemonium, Han Shuo would have at least 7 ways to use the formations there to alter the spatial energy in the area. That way, Dennis would not be able to teleport to another location and Han Shuo would be able to kill him easily. Unfortunately, they were on Glacial Peak and there were no formations on it that could be used. The cold air that lingered around the Glacial Peak all year round was not strong enough to freeze the entire space. Therefore, he could only watch as Dennis kept teleporting like a slippery snake. He could do nothing about it. Han Shuo knew what Dennis was thinking when he saw that Dennis was constantly paying attention to the God Hunter's movements. It was precisely for this reason that even though Han Shuo knew that he couldn't use the 17 flying swords to trap Dennis while he was on guard, he had no choice but to continuously exert pressure on Dennis to prevent Dennis from having the time to tear open the space-time rift and allow Han Shuo and his subordinates to escape. Han Shuo and Wasis were in hot pursuit while Dennis kept teleporting away with Maski. One moment he was in the sky, the next moment he was in the wilderness, and the next moment he was in the middle of a battle. Han Shuo and Maski were unable to catch up. For a time, the battle between the four fell into a stalemate. Many thoughts flashed through Han Shuo's mind. If someone could enter Han Shuo's mind, they would discover that Han Shuo's consciousness was like a deep cosmic vortex that was rapidly spinning in a mesmerizing trajectory. Han Shuo vetoed all the ideas in his mind. In order to get rid of Dennis and Maski, Han Shuo searched for one solution after another. He tried to come up with a plan that would prevent Dennis and his men from escaping from Glacial Peak. Perhaps Han Shuo was thinking too much about how to deal with Dennis, but the speed of the 17 flying swords that were chasing after Dennis slowed down, gradually giving the two some time to catch their breaths. As a cultivator of the Edict of Space and Time, Dennis was able to accurately grasp this change. He was delighted and began teleporting faster and faster. Every time he teleported, the 17 flying swords would slow down by a second or two. Gradually, after teleporting a few dozen times, the 17 flying swords seemed to have slowed down and could no longer catch up to Han Shuo. Dennis was overjoyed. He immediately deployed the Edict of Space and created circles of spatial ripples around him. He forcibly tore open a space-time rift behind him. "Retreat! All of you retreat!" Dennis, who was standing among his God Hunter subordinates that were constantly retreating, suddenly shouted in a stern voice. By teleporting, Dennis appeared right where his subordinates were most concentrated. The space-time rift was also cleverly positioned right behind them. Dennis had calculated all of this with great precision. When Dennis' God Hunter subordinates, who had been utterly defeated by the demon generals and Wasi's subordinates, saw that Dennis and Maski had appeared behind them and had created a space-time rift, they hastily flew into it. "This is bad. Han Shuo, stop them!" Wazer shouted as he charged towards Han Shuo without a care in the world. Han Shuo, who had been controlling the 17 flying swords to chase after Dennis and Blackie, suddenly jolted as though he had been woken up by Wazer's shout. Soon after, he realized something and rushed towards Dennis and Blackie with an anxious look on his face. "Han Shuo, Wasis, we will return after we regroup with the other hegemons. When that time comes, Pandemonium and Glacial Peak will be completely destroyed." "Ha!" Dennis laughed sinisterly before he grabbed Maski and dove into the space-time rift. It was also at this moment that the 17 flying swords, which had slowed down by a split second, shot towards them with a force several times greater than before. At the same time, the cauldron of myriad demon descended from the sky. Hundreds and thousands of demon generals suddenly rushed back into the cauldron. The cauldron suddenly radiated blinding black light and smashed towards Dennis and Maski with earth-shattering force. "Let's go!" Dennis was startled. He increased his speed and pulled Maski into the space-time rift. As soon as the two entered the space-time rift, the 17 flying swords and the cauldron of myriad demons simultaneously bombarded the space-time rift. In an instant, the space-time rift that Dennis had created seemed to be affected by the bombardment. "No!" Dennis' terrified shrieks could be heard from the space-time rift. One of his hands even reached the opening of the space-time rift as though he was trying to climb out. However, he was suddenly dragged in by a powerful force. Dennis and Maski's shrill screams were heard from the space-time rift. After a bright flash, the space-time rift above Glacial Peak disappeared along with Dennis, Maski, and hundreds of God Hunters. Chapter 955. The 17 flying swords circled around the area and turned into clouds of blood mist. The remaining God Hunters who did not manage to escape in time were mercilessly slaughtered by the flying swords. Soon they were reduced to chunks of flesh. Wisps of gray smoke drifted out from their corpses and were absorbed by the cauldron of myriad demon that was hovering in midair. The dark radiance on the cauldron grew brighter and brighter. With a wave of his hand, the cauldron of myriad demon and the 17 flying swords flew towards Han Shuo and disappeared into his body. Whoosh! Wasis stood beside Han Shuo and looked at the area where the strange light had just erupted. He asked puzzledly, "Where are Dennis and the others? What happened just now?" He could tell that Han Shuo must have used the flying swords and the cauldron of myriad demon to tamper with the space-time tunnel that Dennis had created. Otherwise, Dennis wouldn't have been in such a hurry to crawl out of the tunnel and let out such a blood-curdling scream. Han Shuo put on a bright smile and said, Dennis wanted to leave this place with his followers through the space-time tunnel. Little did he know that I had secretly tampered with those few space-time nodes when he created the space-time tunnel, altering the shape of the space-time tunnel. After Dennis and the others entered the space-time tunnel, they realized that something was amiss. Naturally, they would be afraid. Han Shuo had already thought of a way to deal with Dennis and the others before the 17 flying swords slowed down for a second or two. The delay of the flying swords was just one of his strategies. His goal was to mislead Dennis into thinking that he had slacked off and allow him to construct the space-time tunnel. Han Shuo had been racking his brains for a long time on how to prevent Dennis from constructing the space-time tunnel. Therefore, his train of thought had reached a dead end and he couldn't come up with a solution for a long time. But at the most crucial moment, Han Shuo finally figured it out. He understood that rather than obstructing Dennis from constructing the space-time tunnel, he might as well let Dennis do as he pleased and tamper with the space-time tunnel. The moment Dennis opened the portal, a few demon generals refined from high god divine souls quietly gathered there and changed the positions of several points in the portal. Under normal circumstances, Dennis might have been able to sense the subtle changes in the dimensional passageway, but the threat of Han Shuo and Wasis followed him like a shadow, causing Dennis to overlook it in his panic. When the 17 flying swords and the cauldron of myriad demon came whistling towards them, Dennis didn't hesitate to grab Maskey and dive inside. As soon as he entered the space channel, Dennis suddenly discovered that it was a space crack of unknown distance. It was not the teleportation point he had set up at all. There was no elemental energy inside the spatial rift, only eternal silence and desolation. Strange substances kept bursting with light, devouring everything like black holes. As an overgod who cultivated in the Edict of Space, Dennis immediately realized that he had fallen into Han Shuo's trap. Unfortunately, before he could escape, the 17 flying swords and the cauldron of myriad demon crashed into the spatial rift, shattering it and cutting off all hope of escape. Han Shuo smilingly explained the situation. After listening, Wasis looked at Han Shuo in shock. So, you've been scheming against him from the beginning? Han Shuo nodded and said, since he wanted to use the space-time tunnel to leave, I'll fulfill his wish. Hee. Look, he's obediently digging his own grave according to my arrangements. Isn't that great? Wasis was stunned. After a while, he took a deep breath and said, you're really treacherous. After a short pause, Wasis asked doubtfully, what will happen to Dennis and the others if you do that to them? The powerful force of the space-time collapse will turn them into ashes in an instant. Of those people, apart from Dennis who cultivated in the Edict of Space, I don't think anyone else will survive. Han Shuo put on a smile and continued, even Dennis will be gravely injured by the power of the space-time collapse. Who knows how remote the space-time rift he will be dragged into? As long as he doesn't recover his strength, he will never be able to return to Elysium. My guess is that we won't be able to see him for at least 1,000 years. Wasis felt a chill in his heart. After a long while, he finally said, how ruthless. Han Shuo calmly accepted Wasis' evaluation of him. He turned to look at Wasis' subordinates who were approaching him with admiration. He noticed that Wasis' subordinates had suffered quite a number of casualties. About 100 of them had died. Before Han Shuo arrived, those high gods who were loyal to Wasis had died horribly. Not even their bones were left behind. I'm sorry, I didn't expect them to come so soon, Han Shuo softly apologized to Wasis. The corners of Wasis' mouth curled into a faint, bitter smile. He shook his head and said, it's not your fault. I didn't expect that woman who cultivated in the Edict of Destiny to be so miraculous. She could even predict my movements. Fortunately, he didn't predict that you would be an accident. Otherwise, no one on the ice peak would be able to escape today. I really didn't expect the Edict of Destiny to be so miraculous. Maskey isn't even an overgod yet. If she were an overgod, I'm afraid she would be much more terrifying than she is now. It seems that the most mysterious edict of the 12 fundamental energies, the Edict of Destiny, has its own unique and terrifying aspects. Han Shua agreed. On his way to Glacial Peak, he felt as though his soul was being peeped at. At that time, Han Shua was very shocked. He immediately divided his consciousness into thousands of strands and changed the state of his soul. That was why Maski couldn't guess his movements and origins. Otherwise, if Maski had known the direction and time of his arrival, she could have killed Wasis at all costs and waited for him to come. By then, she and Dennis would have joined forces, and perhaps even Han Shua wouldn't have been able to do anything. "Greetings, Lord Brian." Ansit, who was lucky enough to survive, looked at Han Shua with reverence and saluted respectfully. Beside him, many of Wasi's subordinates also bowed and saluted Han Shua, thanking Han Shua for saving their lives. Han Shua took a deep look at them and nodded inwardly. He turned to Wasis and said, "These people of yours are not bad. They are loyal. What happened today is not to be spread." Wasis's expression softened. He glanced at Ansit's subordinates and instructed, especially the news of Brian's arrival. "Do not mention it to anyone. The battle has just begun. All of you, be on your guard." "Yes, my lord," shouted Ansit and the others. They were secretly pleasantly surprised. They did not expect that their lord had unknowingly formed an alliance with Han Shua. After witnessing Han Shua's strength with their own eyes, they were very excited. They felt that with such a powerful ally, they would have a much better chance of survival in the fringe. "Wasis, come with me to the Pandemonium. Daka and the others should be attacking the Pandemonium soon. I'm afraid that the people below won't be able to hold on. However, as long as the two of us can get there in time, not only will Daka and the others' efforts be in vain, but they will also be wiped out just like Dennis and the others." Han Shua said after seeing that Wazer had made all the necessary arrangements. "All right." Wasis agreed. He paused for a moment and said, "I'll give the others another order to head to the Pandemonium as well. Daka and the others have too many subordinates. I'm afraid that you won't have enough manpower." Han Shua shook his head smilingly and said, "There's no need for that. Just the two of us will be enough. Before Daka and the others entered the Pandemonium, I already killed half of their subordinates. Now, they don't even have as many subordinates as the Han family guards in the Pandemonium. My Han family guards are much stronger than them. If it wasn't for Daka, Dagmar, and Aser, I wouldn't even need to return to the Pandemonium. My Han family guards alone would be enough to wipe them out." When he said that, Wasis was shocked. He shouted, "What? Half of their men died before they even entered the Pandemonium?" Han Shua had sealed the news, and Daka and the others naturally wouldn't spread the news of their defeat. So, no one knew about it yet? That's unbelievable. Wasis was extremely shocked. He then asked, "How much did you pay?" "Just 3 mountains. Not a single one of my men died." "It's a long story. Come, let's talk about it on the way." Han Shua smiled and threw an even bigger surprise at Wasis. While Wasis was still in a daze, Han Shua left first. "My lord, he left first." Ansit hurriedly reminded when she saw her lord standing there in a daze while Han Shua left first. It was only then that Wazer recovered from his shock. When he saw that Han Shua had disappeared into the distance, he hastily instructed Ansit and the others to follow Han Shua. He was eager to find out the truth behind Han Shua's disappearance. He didn't lose a single man, yet he killed all of Daka's men. Such a result of the battle was too shocking. Even someone as powerful as Wazer was intimidated by the power of the attack. While Han Shua was slaughtering his way through Glacial Peak, Daka, Dagmar, and Aser finally arrived at the Pandemonium. Through the gigantic spatial mirror, Little Skull, Han Hao, Statholm, and Andrina could clearly see the god hunters outside the Pandemonium. After the tragic incident, Daka and the others were much more cautious. When they arrived outside the Pandemonium, none of them dared to act rashly. Instead, they silently observed the situation outside the Pandemonium, not sparing a single blade of grass, tree, or rock. The lesson they learned last time was too profound. Half of their men were killed in an ambush. Daka and the others no longer dared to look down on the Han family. In their hearts, the pandemonium was the most dangerous place they had ever encountered. Every step they took them an hour to complete a journey that should have taken them a few minutes. Daka and the others were truly terrified. Chapter 956. Statholm, Gilbert, and Statholm were smirking mischievously as they watched the God Hunters stop every step they took. The heavy atmosphere before the battle suddenly lightened up. At this speed, I think it will take them half a day to enter Pandemonium. There aren't any terrifying defenses set up around the perimeter. These God Hunters are really interesting to be this afraid. Statholm couldn't help but chuckle. They're afraid of death. Ermike pointed at the God Hunters in the spatial mirror and said, "Look, the injuries on their bodies haven't healed yet. Their footsteps are a little messy and their limbs aren't moving at a natural frequency. This proves that their injuries were very serious." They had more or less learned from Han Shuo what happened to Daka and the others at Little Skull's 3 mountains. They couldn't help but turn their gazes to Han Hao of Little Skull. They felt a little sad at the thought of half of their people dying on his side. This body was Han Hao's main body. The strand of soul that resided in his avatar had returned to Han Hao's main body. Han Hao was currently at his peak state. While he might not be a match for Daka and Acer after fusing with the Quintessence Shard, Han Hao was confident that he could defeat Dagmar, who also cultivated in the energy of death. They won't dare to make a move until a day later. We don't have to worry too much. Balins calmly calculated the distance the God Hunter Alliance could travel. His eyes scanned the God Hunters as if he was looking for a target to attack. I hope they all die. These scum shouldn't even exist in this world." Andrina's face was cold as she roared hatefully. For some unknown reason, Andrina displayed an intense hatred towards God Hunters. It was as though she wanted nothing more than to slaughter every God Hunter in existence. In Pandemonium Tanai, whenever someone mentioned God Hunters, Andrina would immediately take notice and clamor about killing every last one of them. Han Hao of Little Skull shot a glance at Andrina and made a mental note to keep his subordinates away from that strange little girl. He knew better than anyone how terrifying Andrina was. There was no way his God Hunter subordinates would be a match for Andrina. In addition, Angelina had a close relationship with the House of Han. In addition, she was clearly in cahoots with Metal Elite Zombie. Even if Andrina were to kill 1 or 2 of his subordinates in a fit of rage, Han Hao wouldn't be able to do anything to Andrina. Therefore, he had to be on guard. He planned to talk to Han Jin and have Han Jin restrain Andrina in that aspect. "Let's get ready." It's time to activate all the formations in Pandemonium, Balins suddenly said after a moment of silent calculation. "All right," the 5 elite zombies agreed. Soon after, they glanced at Han Hao and left the place. There were dozens of formations in Pandemonium, big and small. Some of them, once activated, would constantly consume the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Although the Pandemonium had accumulated a lot of spiritual energy over the years, it wouldn't last long. The demonic formations that were terrifyingly powerful were especially taxing on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Usually, those demonic formations would be turned off at a critical moment to avoid wasting the energy. Now that the God Hunter Alliance was outside the Pandemonium, they would surely launch an attack in no time. Since Han Shuo wasn't around, it was time to activate all the demonic formations just in case. After the 5 elite zombies left, Little Skull and Han Hao left as well. When Andrina saw Han Jin leaving, she thought for a moment before silently following him. During this period of time, Andrina and Han Jin had been inseparable. Not only were they attracted to each other when they were together, but they also seemed to be able to help each other improve faster. It was such a wonderful state that the 2 of them were always together and didn't want to be apart. "Everyone, get ready. Have the Han clan's guards spread out in all directions. Apart from using the demonic formations, we also have to use our group attacks. Daka, Dagmar, and Acer are all overgod experts. They are many times more terrifying than Shati, O, and Hill from Witherbone City. We must not let our guard down." After the 5 elite zombies and Little Skull, Han Hao, and the others left, Balin solemnly instructed the Han family members. Only after hearing Balin's words did Phoebe, Fanny, and the other women realize the gravity of the situation. Their faces turned grave and they stopped laughing and went back to work. Outside the pandemonium, Daka, Dagmar, and Acer were discussing how to attack the pandemonium. The three of them had a huge disagreement on how to attack the pandemonium. Dagmar was in favor of attacking the pandemonium as fast as possible and destroying all the barriers and defenses within. Daka, on the other hand, wanted to take things one step at a time. He would first get a clear picture of the situation before launching a probing attack. If it didn't work out, he would immediately send a message to the other god hunters to gather more forces to deal with the pandemonium. Acer had another opinion. He wanted to leave his subordinates outside the pandemonium and let the three of them explore it first. In Acer's opinion, given their overgod strength, even if they couldn't figure out what was going on, they could at least leave with ease. Just Han Shuo and Han Hao alone wouldn't be a threat to the three of them. The three of them had their own opinions and couldn't come to a consensus in a short period of time. A day later, they finally stood in front of the pandemonium. Looking at the valley that was shrouded in thick smoke, they finally decided on a plan of action. They would gather all the forces in the outer perimeter and storm the pandemonium to test its defenses. After coming to a decision, Daka, Han Shuo, and Acer immediately issued orders to their subordinates. The three of them split into three directions and gathered all their forces to attack the pandemonium. Earth-shattering explosions rang out amidst the colorful lights. Rays of strange energy converged together and shot towards the pandemonium that was shrouded in fog. There were no screams like the three of them had expected, nor were there any members of the Han family fleeing from the depths of the fog. Instead, a series of violent explosions could be heard from the depths of the fog. Unfortunately, they had no way of knowing what had happened inside, nor could they know if anyone had died. Dagmar, even you can't sense the soul ripples in there? Daka felt that something was amiss and looked at Dagmar with a strange expression. The intense hatred in Dagmar's eyes was fleeting. He temporarily suppressed his desire for revenge against the House of Han. Then, he said in a low voice, in the depths of that thick fog, there is a power that can resist my spiritual power. It's as if there's a black canvas covering the area. My soul can't sense if anyone has died or not. I can't even sense if Tanai Mountain is inhabited. Acer's expression changed when he heard that. He immediately recalled the encounter at the 3 peaks of the Little Skull Mountain and said, "The situation is strange. I'm afraid that we've fallen into another trap. We have to be extremely vigilant against unknown situations. Let's go in and take a look." Daka hesitated for a moment before finally agreeing to Acer's suggestion. As Daka had communicated with Tyre beforehand, he planned to make use of the war in the Fringe to gain full control of the God Hunter Alliance. He thought that the three of them would be able to easily destroy the pandemonium with their combined strength. Little did he know that they would lose half of their men before even entering the pandemonium. That was why Daka didn't dare to risk his men's lives. After all, they would be his trump card in the God Hunter Alliance in the future. Daka originally didn't want to take the risk himself, but seeing that it would be a waste of energy if he didn't go in himself, he had no choice but to go in. Acer immediately agreed to Daka's decision. He looked at Dagmar and said, "The three of us will definitely be fine." At that moment, Daka suddenly felt a faint undulation from the space ring on his arm. Daka didn't say anything but secretly used his divine soul to sense the message from the magical mirror. After a while, Daka's face lit up and he shouted, "Let's go. The three of us will check it out today. It would be best if we destroy all the forbidden barriers. I think that pandemonium only has one powerful external aspect. It shouldn't be hard to deal with." "Daka, why do you say that all of a sudden?" Dagmar was obviously surprised by Daka's sudden change. "I've received reliable information that Brian isn't in the pandemonium for the time being. He went to Glacial Peak and there's no way he'll be back in pandemonium in such a short time. We can use this opportunity to destroy all of pandemonium's foundations and wait for him to return. Then we'll get rid of him as well." Daka sneered. Dagmar and Acer looked at each other in disbelief and asked in unison, "Are you sure?" There's no doubt about it, Daka said confidently, but he didn't explain where he got the information from. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Let's go in." With that, Daka took the lead and charged towards the mist-shrouded pandemonium without hesitation. He looked extremely confident. Dagmar and Acer hesitated for a moment, but in the end, they decided to trust Daka and followed him. The moment they entered the mist-shrouded pandemonium, the three immediately felt their senses being greatly affected. Not only was their vision obstructed, even their divine souls couldn't sense what was going on too far away. "Everyone be careful. This place is creepy," Daka shouted. After the two entered, he immediately said, "Let's stick together. As long as the three of us are together, there won't be any problems." There was no response for a long while. "Daka, Acer, where are you? Why aren't you saying anything?" Daka was shocked and immediately shouted. Then he realized that all he could hear was his own voice. His voice was getting louder and louder, as though it was carrying some sort of power towards him. Chapter 957. Daka didn't expect something like this to happen even before they entered the pandemonium. He called out to Acer a few times, but there was no response. Daka guessed that Dagmar and Acer must have run into something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have disappeared so quickly. Thinking about it, the three of them weren't too far apart. Their sudden disappearance made Daka immediately raise his guard. Daka, who had planned to find Dagmar and Acer before proceeding further, didn't have the time to use his divine soul to search for them. He suddenly found himself enveloped in thick smoke. The seemingly ordinary smoke seemed to turn into a swamp and engulf him. Daka's arms and legs became as heavy as 5,000 kilograms. Just raising his arm took 10 times more effort than before. The smoke wrapped around him and entered his body through his pores. Not only did his body become incredibly heavy, he also felt his skin go numb. It was obvious that the smoke contained toxins. Of course, an attack of this level wasn't enough to truly harm him. Daka smirked. Divine energy of destruction erupted from his body like a volcano. The terrifying energy instantly cleansed the toxins that had entered his body and formed an intricate barrier around his skin. In an instant, the toxins and binding power from the smoke were all purged. Daka regained control of his body. As an overgod, Daka was famous among the 12 hegemons of the God-Hunter Alliance for his combat prowess. The energy of destruction was known for its offensive power, and Daka was someone who cultivated the energy of destruction at all costs to improve his combat prowess. This level of pressure wasn't a problem for him at all. After breaking free from the toxic smoke, Daka immediately spread his divine soul in an attempt to locate Dagmar and Acer. However, Daka wasn't as proficient as Dagmar in that aspect. When he spread his divine soul, he found that his consciousness was obstructed by layers of blurry air. He couldn't even cover 100 meters around him, let alone search for Dagmar and Acer's auras in the entire pandemonium. It's fortunate that Brian isn't in the pandemonium. Otherwise, he would have ambushed one of us by now, thought Daka as he slowly made his way into the depths of the pandemonium. The central hub of the pandemonium. Daka is indeed powerful. He's not affected by the fog at all. Looks like Master was right. Although the outer layers of defense are effective against ordinary gods, they are ineffective against over-god-level experts. Gilbert stood in front of the magical mirror and watched as Daka easily broke free from the fog's influence and passed through several barriers to reach the pandemonium. Every expert who can reach the realm of Overgod is an extremely terrifying existence. Daka, Dagmar, and Acer are all hegemons of the God-Hunter Alliance who have crawled their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. We cannot afford to underestimate them. Balins looked solemn. He hesitated for a moment and looked at Little Skull Han Hao. He said, "I'm afraid that many demonic formations won't be able to stop him if he barges his way in. Do you think we should lure him to this place?" As he spoke, Balins pointed at an area that looked like a mound. The 5 elite zombies' expressions changed slightly when they saw Balins pointing at that area. However, they didn't say anything and turned to look at Little Skull Han Hao. As the leader of the God Hunters in the Fringe, although Little Skull Han Hao didn't visit the Han family often, everyone in the Han family, including Statholm and Phoebe, trusted his judgment. Han Hao stared blankly at the direction Balins pointed at. His purple demon eye glowed brightly. After thinking for a moment, he agreed, "All right. I'll go there myself and bring him there." Han Jin's expression changed and he cried out, "Big brother, I think it's better to let someone else go. That place is one of the most terrifying formations in the Pandemonium. Father had warned us before that the formation doesn't discriminate who you are and that once you enter it, the attack will start immediately. As long as there are any signs of life in there, the attack will never stop until the Pandemonium is completely depleted. Don't worry about it." Han Hao shot a glance at Metal Elite Zombie and said nothing more. He turned around and walked away. Wait. Scarlet didn't pay much attention to it at first. But after seeing Balin's and Han Jin's tone, she felt that something was off. She couldn't help but shout when she saw that Han Hao was about to leave. Han Hao paused and turned to look at Scarlet. He repeated, "It's fine." As soon as he said that, Han Hao's body blurred and he left. As soon as he left, everyone could see through the magical mirror that Daka had unleashed all of his divine energy, condensing them into orbs of destruction that shot out in all directions. Some of the formations were more or less destroyed by Daka's energy and might not be able to unleash their full power. Unlike Daka, Dagmar and Acer, who had been separated by the strange energy of the mist, were extremely cautious after entering the Pandemonium. They took one step at a time, unlike Daka who destroyed everything around him. The two of them are also very dangerous. The only reason they haven't gone crazy yet is because they haven't figured out the situation yet. Once they leave the mist and are no longer affected by it, they will definitely destroy everything in the Pandemonium just like Daka did, said Balins calmly. Don't worry, they will soon run into the inner demon purgatory formation. The two of them will be delayed there for quite some time. Once they leave the inner demon purgatory formation, there's still the absolute lightning-shattering formation waiting for them. There's no need to worry too much about that direction, whispered Han Jin to Balins after glancing at Dagmar and Acer in the magical mirror. Alright. Balins raised his voice slightly to attract everyone's attention. He then said, "Everyone, get ready. Once Han Hao brings Daka to that place, we will immediately leave the Pandemonium through the underground tunnel. Daka and the other two subordinates are waiting outside. I believe that with the strength of our Han family guards, we will definitely be able to deal them a heavy blow if they don't come out." "That's for sure," Sanguiner roared. "I'm going to get ready. Since these god hunters dared to come to our Han family to die, we have to fulfill their wish. Sanguiner, go and tell the guards to get ready, but you have to wait for my signal. Only when I give you the signal that it's safe will you be allowed to bring them out of the underground tunnel to engage in battle." Balins knew that Sanguis could be a little reckless at times. "Don't worry, I know what to do," replied Sanguiner casually before leaving with the equally impatient Gilbert. Inside the valley, at the center of all kinds of formations that were enshrouded in mist, Little Skeleton carried the bone spear and flew like a phantom. A few demon generals flew out from the bone spear in Han Hao's hand and silently arrived near Daka, who was destroying everything in his surroundings, secretly observing his every move. Following his extraordinary memory, Han Hao avoided all sorts of formations and energy barriers set up by Andrina as he rapidly moved towards Daka's location. Pandemonium was filled with a dense, sinister aura. When all the demonic formations were activated, a sinister wind would blow and any ordinary person would feel cold and their energy would be affected. However, not only did Han Hao not hate this place, he even found it very familiar and comfortable. As a demonic cultivator, not only was he able to adapt to the unique environment of Pandemonium, his power was also amplified here. The bone spear in his hand swayed back and forth. From time to time, it would emit a black light and a strange sobbing sound could be heard from it. Gradually, Han Hao arrived in the direction Balins pointed at. Before he even got close, Han Hao instinctively sensed danger. A few demon generals scattered around the area even avoided the area. Even the evil spirits in the bone spear in his hand instinctively wanted to stay away. In the Pandemonium Tanai, you can go anywhere you want. There's only one place that you must be careful of. Even you can't go there. That place doesn't differentiate between friend and foe. Any living thing that enters will be completely destroyed. When Little Skeleton sensed the fear in the bone spear in his hand, he suddenly recalled Han Shua's warning before he left. He stood still far away from the area and didn't go any deeper. After thinking for a moment, he inserted the bone spear into the ground beneath his feet. Strands of energy mixed with bizarre runes entered the bone spear from his palm. Han Hao let go and the bone spear sank into the ground bit by bit. Only the tip of the spear could be seen and wisps of gray smoke could be seen coming out. After some hesitation, Han Hao left empty-handed and rushed towards Daka's location. Very soon, Han Hao arrived at Daka's location. Without saying a word, he stared at Daka and blasted his soul energy at him. Daka, who was in the midst of destroying everything around him, suddenly felt a pain in his head. He immediately sensed Little Skull's arrival. Daka, who was strong in physical attacks, was rather weak in terms of soul energy. After being blasted by Little Skull, he felt as if his mind had been struck by lightning and his vision blurred. Daka hurriedly stopped the destruction around him and focused all his attention on defending against the soul attack. When he did so, he suddenly realized that the energy that had just surged into his soul had disappeared. Han Hao, on the other hand, who was not far away, immediately fled into the distance in fright. You're courting death." Daka sneered and chased after him without hesitation. He didn't cultivate in the energy of death. From his point of view, even if Little Skull had fused with the quintessence shard, the shard of death wouldn't be able to keep him in check. That was why Dagmar was afraid of Little Skull, but he wasn't. Chapter 958. Every overgod was a powerful individual, and Daka was no exception. Han Hao's soul attack couldn't really deal any damage to him. As soon as he focused, the tremors in his soul disappeared. Daka, who had been unable to destroy the Pandemonium's formation for so long, decided to use Han Hao as a breakthrough point. Daka's heart turned cold. He was still worried about finding a guide, but since you came knocking on my door, there was no way I was going to let you leave my sight so easily. Having made up his mind, Daka leisurely followed behind Han Hao. Along the way, he stopped attacking the stone pillars and focused on Han Hao. "He'll be fine, right?" Statholm the old monster furrowed his brow and felt a little uneasy. Balins was still as calm as ever, as though he wouldn't panic even if the sky were to collapse. His eyes were fixed on the Little Skull, Han Hao, and Daka. Balin said with uncertainty, "I don't know either. But I think Senior Brother must have explained the dangers of that place to him. Since he's confident that he can bring Daka in, he must have a way to get out. I hope he's fine. Otherwise, we won't be able to explain ourselves." Statholm smiled bitterly. He knew how deep the bond between Han Shua and Little Skeleton was. If anything were to happen to Little Skeleton in Pandemonium, Han Shua would definitely be enraged. Who knew what kind of trouble he might cause? "He'll be fine." Balins was certain, but he was also a little worried. "Look!" Phoebe cried out in surprise. Her white, jade-like index finger lightly tapped on the surface of the magic mirror and shouted, "He went in!" Balins, Statholm, and the others immediately stopped talking and focused on the spot Phoebe was pointing at. Their gazes were as sharp as knives and their expressions were extremely solemn. After setting up the various formations in the Pandemonium, Han Shua informed Phoebe and Statholm of the various areas that they had to pay attention to. He told them to be careful and not to accidentally enter any powerful demonic formations. Among the many things to take note of, Han Shua repeatedly emphasized the Sky Annihilation formation that Little Skull had just entered. He once said that once the formation was activated, no one from the Han family would be allowed to approach it, lest they die. Han Shua emphasized this more than once. Every time he mentioned something to take note of in Pandemonium, the Sky Annihilation formation would be the first thing he mentioned. Suddenly, Han Hao, the Little Skull, stood still at the outermost area of the Sky Annihilation formation. All of a sudden, bolts of lightning poured down from the ninth heaven. The blazing light filled the entire space, as though it was trying to grind Little Skull's soul into pieces. The boundless hatred condensed into an enormous mountain that pressed down on him. The power contained in the mountain was even more terrifying than a full-powered attack from an overgods. The ground beneath Han Hao's feet could not be seen, only bottomless darkness. A powerful suction force erupted from the Earth's core. Even with Han Hao's strength, he seemed to be unable to withstand it. He was involuntarily pulled towards the depths of the Earth's core. Lightning, mountain pressure, and gravitational force erupted. All attacks were aimed at Han Hao. It was as though no matter how he moved, he would not be able to escape the attack. At this moment, Han Hao had only just entered the outermost area of the Sky Annihilation Formation. Han Hao, who was involuntarily pulled into the boundless darkness, saw the lightning and mountain coming at him. Just as he was about to defend himself with all his might, he suddenly saw a figure darting in from the outside. Delighted, Han Hao gave up on defending himself against the 3 attacks. His soul immediately communicated with the bone spear that he had buried deep outside the formation. He used the energy of his soul to activate all the power of the bone spear. Outside the Sky Annihilation Formation, the bone spear, which only had its tip exposed, glowed brightly. Many ferocious ghostly faces appeared on the bone spear. The sinister aura and killing intent that lingered in the pandemonium were suddenly affected by the bone spear and frantically converged on it. The black light that was as thick as a human body formed a hollow circular pillar and shot straight into the terminus heavens. It forcibly opened up a path from the inside and reached right in front of Han Hao, who had sunk deep into the ground. His eyes gleaming with evil light, Han Hao leaped into the circle of black light like a loach. The hollow circle leading to the Sky Annihilation Formation immediately shrank after Han Hao entered it, retreating at an even faster speed. The moment Daka entered the Sky Annihilation Formation, he suddenly realized that the Edict of Destruction that he had painstakingly cultivated was greatly affected. This area seemed to have changed the natural laws of the Edict of Destruction. The destruction divine energy in his body became chaotic, and the orbs of destruction that he could normally form with just a thought couldn't be formed. Not only that, but he could also feel the powerful lightning and mountain pressure, as well as the terrifying suction force from the depths of the earth. This power even made Daka's heart palpitate. The endless killing intent and mountain pressure pressed down on him, making his heart feel heavy and uneasy. Just then Han Hao, who had charged in first, used the black light formed by the bone spear to retreat. Daka immediately realized that he had fallen for Han Hao's trap. He barely managed to stabilize the destruction divine energy in his body before retreating at full speed. Boom. The area he had easily entered earlier seemed to have been blocked by an invisible boulder. Daka's head was spinning from the impact, but he wasn't able to break through the barrier. Instead, he lost his balance and fell into the endless darkness of the underground abyss. Whoosh! Han Hao came to the outside of the Heavenly Annihilation Formation and pulled out the bone spear. As soon as the bone spear was in his hand, all its brilliance faded away, and nothing special could be seen. "He's out!" Balins exclaimed in joy, clearly relieved. While he was trying to comfort Statholm, he himself was just as worried. It was only when Han Hao walked out that he could finally relax. "Great!" Statholm smiled and took a sip of wine. "Things will be much easier now that Daka is trapped. There are many formations ahead of Dagmar and Acer. The more careful they are, the harder it will be for them to escape. I think it will take them at least 10 days to break free." Balins's eyes turned cold. "It's time for us to retaliate. I will inform Sanguiner, Gilbert, and the others." Without Daka, Acer, and Acer, the God Hunters outside won't be our match." Everyone was overjoyed and started preparing to deal with the God Hunters outside. They all felt a little more relaxed. Han Shuo and Wazer flew all the way from Glacial Peak to Pandemonium. The two of them were as powerful as they could fly at lightning speed. Wasis learned from Han Shuo that Daka and the others had suffered great losses. Although he didn't say much, he was even more impressed by Han Shuo. The way Wasis saw it, the current Han Shuo was far stronger than Tyre, the leader of the 5 sovereigns, be it in terms of personal strength or the power he wielded. Along the way, Wasis couldn't help but wonder why Han Shuo seemed so calm in this battle. Where did his confidence come from? No matter how he looked at it, the 5 sovereigns weren't a match for the God Hunter Alliance. The 5 sovereigns only had 5 over-God experts, but the God Hunter Alliance had far more than that. Not only did the God Hunter Alliance have more experts than the Fringe, but they also had more subordinates than the 5 sovereigns. No matter how one looked at it, the Fringe didn't seem to have any chance of winning this battle. Before the battle even started, Wasis had already made preparations to evacuate the Fringe. If not for Han Shuo personally making a trip to Glacial Peak to guarantee that the battle wouldn't be a problem, he definitely wouldn't have held on. Brian, why do you think Tyre, Logue, and Asura stayed behind to fight? After thinking for a long while, Wasis felt that it was better to ask Han Shuo. He felt that Han Shuo already had a plan in mind. Tyre and Logue are trying to take control of the Fringe. The 2 of them are full of evil tricks, so they probably have some trump cards up their sleeves. As for Asura, frankly speaking, I don't really understand him. But I have a feeling that Asura has his own plans. Perhaps he will do something unexpected, said Han Shuo with his brows bunched after thinking for a moment. Asura has been courting you ever since you came to the Fringe. Why did you choose to work with me instead of Asura? Asked Wazer. He was rather puzzled by that question. He had been puzzled by it for a long time and he couldn't figure it out. Asura? Han Shuo put on a thoughtful smile and said, "It's true that Asura has been trying to be friendly to me. But what have I done? I fought with Salus, became enemies with Tyre and Logue, and even got into a big fight with you. But what did Asura do for me? Not just a sovereign shop, but the fact that he helped me in the Pandemonium and outshone Salus?" Han Hao shook his head and put on a bitter smile. He is too scheming. I dare not get too close to him or let him know too much about my plans. If he plays tricks at a critical moment, I fear that I won't be able to save him. That man is indeed a little hard to see through. Wasis thought for a moment and nodded in agreement with Han Shuo. At the same time, the person they were talking about had arrived outside the Pandemonium. He was not alone, but he was accompanied by a group of wounded soldiers. At this moment, Balins, Sanguiner, Gilbert, and a group of Han family gods were hunting down the invading God Hunters. Under the terrifying charge of the Han family, the God Hunters were utterly routed and fled in panic. Asura had obviously gone through a great battle. His subordinates were drenched in blood and many of them had to be supported. As soon as Asura arrived, he commanded, "Help the Han family deal with the God Hunters." Chapter 959. Without the support of Daka and the other 2, the God Hunters were no match for the House of Han's relentless bombardment. One after another, they were killed on the spot. Rose, Romont, Zovik, Sanguiner, Balins, and the rest of the Han family experts took action together. Among them were some of Han Hao's subordinates. Be it the Han family guards or Han Hao's subordinates, they were all well versed in the art of demonic formations. They were like fish in water in this kind of battle. The God Hunters were no match for them to begin with. As soon as Asura arrived and ordered his subordinates to attack, the God Hunters were routed even faster. Before Daka and the other 2 could come to their aid, they had no choice but to scatter and flee. They had already suffered heavy injuries at the 3 mountains of Little Skull and Han Hao. Many of them had yet to fully recover from their injuries and were no match for the Han family guards. They were so terrified that they ran for their lives. They even forgot about the 3 hegemons who were deep in the Pandemonium. The Han family guards chased after them with all their might. Thanks to their familiarity with the terrain of the Pandemonium, the Han family guards were able to find shortcuts to intercept the fleeing God Hunters and deal them a heavy blow. This should have been a perfect victory, if nothing unexpected had happened along the way. The House of Han guards who were frantically pursuing the God Hunters thought that their side was strong enough to kill the God Hunters. Therefore, they disregarded the danger of being cornered and killed their way through. However, the House of Han guards soon realized that something was amiss. For some reason, the God Hunters who had fled earlier had the guts to charge back. They were all in high spirits and looked like mad dogs that had just broken free from their cages. Balins, Sanguis, and Gilbert, who were leading the charge, were stunned. They did not understand why the God Hunters who had been fleeing in a sorry state just a moment ago would come charging back at them. They were clearly weaker than the House of Han guards and had lost their will to fight after being slaughtered to the point where their blood flowed like a river. Where did their confidence come from? Balins had a bad feeling about this. Before the god hunters could get close, he shouted, "Retreat!" Why? Since they are courting death, let's grant them their wish. These weaklings aren't even enough for us to kill. Gilbert looked at Balins with a puzzled look. Something's not right. Balins felt that something was wrong. He shouted again, "Retreat, now!" "Gilbert, let's go." When Sanguis saw that Gilbert was about to say something, he immediately shouted, "There are more of them. I can sense a lot of blood auras rapidly approaching this place." Gilbert was shocked and didn't dare to say anything else. He turned around and retreated while shouting, "Go back! Don't give chase! Goddammit, it's an ambush!" The Han family guards that had been following Gilbert's group of 3 turned around and retreated in the direction they came from when they heard Gilbert's shout. It was at this moment that many experts appeared behind the god hunters. From the color of their clothes, it was obvious that they weren't Daka, Dagmar, or Asur's subordinates. However, they all gave off the same cold-blooded aura. It was obvious that they were god hunters as well. "It's Asora's pursuers. Damn it, didn't Asora just say that they had shaken them off?" shouted Sanguiner angrily after taking a glance behind him. Since the 3 of them had reacted in time, their subordinates might not have been killed. However, they weren't the only group of Han family guards chasing after Daka's subordinates. If those people didn't realize the danger, wouldn't they be killed by the new experts? The thought of that possibility made Sanguiner want to curse. Why didn't Asura stay in his domain? Why did he come to Pandemonium? Even if he wanted to come, he had to understand the situation first. Don't bring trouble to Pandemonium. Let's go. Balins was startled and his voice grew even louder. He suddenly sensed an enormous aura behind him and realized that there must be a hegemon among the pursuers. Sanguiner and Gilbert only needed a glance at Balins's shocked eyes to realize that the pursuers weren't something they could handle. They started to panic. A gust of gentle wind whistled past, and a human figure appeared in the midst of it. Millet, one of the hegemons, smiled and created a wind barrier in front of Sanguiner, Gilbert, and Balins. Bang! Bang! The Han family guards who were retreating in front of Sanguiner and the others couldn't stop their momentum and crashed into the wind barrier one after another. However, they were all repelled by the wind barrier. Not a single one of them managed to break through the barrier. Suddenly, a series of violent tornadoes formed in the area they were in. The tornadoes formed by the divine energy of the wind element were like whirlpools made of pure wind blades. Several Han family guards who were caught in the tornado were shredded into pieces by the tornadoes. Sanguiner's eyes turned crimson. The bloody sword in his hand emitted a blood-red radiance that was 5 meters long. The pungent smell of blood assailed the nostrils. Streams of blood seemed to be flowing on the hilt of the sword. Sanguiner's body transformed into a bloody radiance and thrust at the wind barrier created by Millet with all his might, *rip. The sound of jade being torn apart could be heard from the wind barrier. The wind element that had gathered together rippled through the gap. A hole that could fit 3 people appeared in the wind barrier. Sanguiner, as one with his sword, was the first to pass through. Gilbert and Balins followed closely behind. Some of the Han family guards were quick to react and passed through the hole after Balins. They managed to escape from the wind barrier. However, a dozen or so Han family guards weren't so lucky. Before they could pass through the wind barrier, they discovered that the hole that Sanguiner had torn open had healed. Moreover, even denser wind element was gathering on the wind barrier, completely blocking their way out. Millet's expression changed. He didn't expect Sanguiner to be able to tear through the wind barrier he had created. Although the wind barrier was something he had created in a hurry, it wasn't something that could be easily pierced through. Sanguiner's ability to gather all of his power into a single point in an instant and unleash a terrifying destructive force that was far beyond his actual strength impressed Millet. Even denser wind element gathered on the wind barrier. Millet attacked calmly. One wind blade after another accurately pierced the bodies of the Han family guards that had been left behind. They were badly mutilated and died on the spot. As soon as the wind blade left his hand, Millet turned into a gust of wind and passed through the wind barrier he had created without any obstruction. He continued to chase after Sanguiner and the other two. "Where are the others?" roared Gilbert immediately after he passed through the wind barrier. He turned around and looked behind him. Balins didn't say a word. His face was as cold as ice. He knew that the Han family guards who couldn't pass through the wind barrier wouldn't survive more than a few seconds in the hands of an expert of Millet's level. They were probably dead by the time Gilbert spoke. Seeing that Balins didn't say a word, Gilbert immediately knew the fate of the Han family guards. Gilbert's eyes reddened. He decided to turn back and fight with his life on the line. However, his fast-moving body suddenly trembled and stopped moving. It seemed that he wasn't going to continue retreating. "Capture him," roared Balins and glanced at Sanguiner. As soon as he said that, Balins and Sanguiner moved together. Each of them grabbed onto one of Gilbert's arms and dragged him towards the pandemonium. They didn't care about Gilbert's shouts at all. "Kid, the energy you use is very peculiar." Stay here and we'll discuss it." Suddenly, Millet's chuckle came from behind, and a gentle breeze quietly blew over. Another wind barrier formed in front of the three, and the elemental density of this new wind barrier was simply incomparable to the previous one. Sanguiner only took a glance at the newly formed wind barrier before he turned around and glared at Millet. He knew very well that the newly formed wind barrier wasn't something he could break. Rather than wasting his energy on it, he might as well turn back and fight Millet to the death. Even if he couldn't kill Millet, he should be able to inflict some damage on him if he went all out. Seeing that even Sanguiner had given up on trying to break out of the encirclement, Balins and Gilbert immediately understood that the situation had reached its most critical juncture. The two suddenly put aside their panic and fixed their hateful gazes on Millet. The Han family guards stood silently behind the three of them. Not a single one of them showed any fear in their eyes. Instead, they all wore calm expressions as if death was not something too difficult to accept. It was as if they had long since prepared themselves for this. Millet wasn't in a hurry to attack. He took in the expressions of the Han family guards and nodded in praise. What a powerful army indeed. No wonder even Daka's men fell. You only have two choices in front of you. Either you release your souls and swear your loyalty to me, or I'll kill you right now. Who do you think you can kill? A cold shout came from the depths of the earth. The earth beneath Balin's feet suddenly split open, and Han Hao walked out with a grim expression, his bone spear in hand. Glancing at the surprised Millet, Han Hao said to Balins and the others, "There's nothing else for you to do here. Return to Pandemonium from below." I've long heard of Han Hao's name. Now that I've seen it for myself, you really do live up to your reputation. Millet clapped his hands and laughed heartily. But do you think you can protect them? You can try. Han Hao no longer looked at Balins and focused all his attention on Millet. He pointed his bone spear at Millet as though he was facing a formidable enemy. The other 7 bone spears on his back trembled violently. Chapter 960. There was a huge crack in the ground beneath their feet. They were sure that Han too was down there. Balins, Sanguiner, and Gilbert looked at each other. None of them had any intention of leaving. "All of you go down." Balins pointed at the Han family guards behind him, indicating that they should leave immediately. The guards had been trained by Balins for the longest time, so they didn't dare to disobey him. Without any hesitation, they dove into the crack. The smile on Millet's face vanished as a warm breeze blew out from his palm. In an instant, another wind barrier formed at the crack in the ground beneath the trio's feet, and the guards who went down were fiercely bounced back. "If I say you can't leave, then no one can." Miller's face was solemn as he walked toward Han Hao step by step. With every step he took, a small whirlwind formed beside him and spread out in all directions. Han Hao's pupils shrank as he looked at Miller as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The 7 bone spurs on his back flew out with a whoosh and pierced into the wind barrier that blocked the crack. Rip! The sound of cloth being torn could be heard. The wind barrier formed by Miller was instantly torn apart. "Go down!" Balins shouted. The Han family guards who had been bounced back by the wind barrier felt their hearts tighten. They threw caution to the wind and dove back into the crack one after another. This time, they didn't meet any obstacles. "You three go too." Han Hao didn't turn around. Instead, the purple demon eye glowed brightly as he stared at the approaching Miller. The bone spear in his hand was covered in ghostly and frightening images. A strong killing intent gathered on the bone spear and his body. "Han Hao, we're not leaving," Gilbert shouted and said stubbornly, "We can't watch you throw away your life for us without doing anything. If we die together." "Ha, very good, very good. We die together." Miller laughed coldly and suddenly attacked. A hurricane howled and formed in an instant. It was like a gigantic whirlpool, enveloping Balins, Gilbert, and Sanguiner. He stretched out his hand, and the cold wind formed a huge sawtooth blade in the void. Holding the sawtooth blade in his hand, he slashed at Han Hao, and the sharp wind power rotated at high speed, covering Han Hao entirely. Miller's sudden attack instantly enveloped Balins, Sanguiner, Gilbert, and even Han Hao. Once the power of a wind overgod was unleashed, anyone who wasn't at the same level as him would be unable to resist it at all. They were immediately trapped by the power of the wind. "You small fries have the right to clamor at me?" Miller sneered. He didn't take Balins and the others seriously at all. Even Sanguiner, who had just broken through his wind barrier, only surprised him a little. In his heart, he didn't see Sanguiner as a worthy opponent. Even as he sneered, Miller's eyes were vigilantly focused on Han Hao, who had been enveloped by the sawtooth blade formed from the wind element. In his eyes, only Han Hao was a bit troublesome, but it wasn't to the point where he had to go all out. Suddenly, the sneering Miller's expression changed, and he cried out involuntarily, "What?" At that moment, a series of ghostly wails and wolf-like howls came from where Han Hao was surrounded by the jagged blades. One after another, gigantic demonic figures emerged from the blades and flew around with their claws and fangs bared, tearing everything in the area apart. The sawtooth blade formed by the wind element condensed from the divine power in his body was instantly bitten into hundreds of small pieces. The wind element entrenched on the blade suddenly collapsed, and it could no longer condense the blade into a solid form. At the same time, the bone spear in Han Hao's hand opened its mouth wide like a sacrificial bowl. It was as though a spirit dragon that had been imprisoned for millions of years had broken free from a bottomless abyss. Carrying boundless hatred and tyrannical killing intent, it ruthlessly bit at Han Hao. Miller's expression was solemn, and there was no longer any trace of contempt on his face. It was only at this moment that he truly saw Han Hao as an opponent on the same level as him. Suddenly, Miller's body began to spin violently in the void, and as he spun madly, an incomparably huge tornado formed with him as the center. The tornado reached the sky, covering an area of 10 kilometers, and the vegetation, boulders, and silt in the area were all sucked up into the tornado. Miller had become the center of the tornado, providing it with an endless supply of energy. The tornado, on the other hand, had turned into a monster that devoured everything in its path. Not only did it suck everything in, even Han Hao's bone spear was sucked into the tornado by the force of the tornado. Howls and cries came from within the tornado, and as soon as the bone spur entered it, the rapidly spinning tornado immediately slowed down. It was as if the bone spur was a huge boulder weighing millions of kilograms, affecting the entire speed of the tornado. "Go!" At this time, Han Hao let out a low shout, and the 7 bone spurs immediately destroyed the wind energy binding Balins and the others. Balins and the others were startled, and all of them were somewhat astonished. "For the time being, I'm not his match. I can only block his power, but I can't beat him," Han Hao quickly explained, and then took the lead to escape into the crack below. Balins and the other 2 were aghast. Without hesitation, they followed closely behind Han Hao and dove into the ground. Even Han Hao admitted that he was no match for Miller, so the 3 of them together wouldn't be enough to kill him. If they didn't leave now, then when? As soon as Balins and the others entered the ground, the hole quickly healed, leaving not a single crack behind. At the same time, Han Hao's bone spur that had flown into the tornado suddenly exploded with incomparable power and suddenly fell to the ground below. Huge mounds emerged one after another, each of them the size of a small mountain. In an instant, they filled the middle of the tornado. With so many obstacles appearing all at once, the tornado's spinning power was forcibly disrupted, and it could not continue to exert power. The bone spur fell onto one of the mounds, and like a drop of water falling into the sea, it disappeared into the mound. In an instant, the terrifying aura that filled the tornado disappeared without a trace. As soon as the bone spur disappeared, it seemed to have stirred up the power of the mounds. The mounds that had risen from the ground seemed to have lost their support, and all of them turned into loose dust and scattered to the ground. The dust had settled. Miller's figure reappeared, and he looked thoughtfully at the ground beneath his feet. He praised, "Looks like it's the doing of that guy called Han Tuesday. The Han family cultivates in some kind of unique power. It's fortunate that we had such a precise plan, or else all our efforts would have been in vain." Underground. "Han Hao, where's your weapon? Don't you want it any more?" Gilbert immediately shouted at Han Hao the moment he entered the ground. He knew how important the bone spur was to Han Hao, and seeing that he had left the bone spur outside, Gilbert immediately became worried for him. Han Hao turned around, looked at Gilbert, and said indifferently, "You're here." Before Gilbert could react, the bone spur that was previously threatening Miller suddenly flew out of the mud wall and landed accurately in Han Hao's hand. "Han Hao, how many people have suffered?" Balan's expression was cold. They weren't the only ones who had gone out to chase after Daka's men. They almost didn't escape Miller's hands, and the others probably suffered the same fates. "More than 50 people were killed, but most of them were my men. Your people are fine, so don't worry," Han Hao said calmly after some thought. Balan stared blankly for a moment and thought, "Why are most of your men killed?" But on second thought, Balan seemed to understand something. After hesitating for a moment, he softly said, "Thank you." Han Hao nodded and didn't say anything else. He hastened his footsteps towards the underground palace in the Pandemonium. In just a short while, Han Hao, Balans, and Han Hao appeared in a spacious stone chamber. The 5 elite zombies, Statholm, Zovik, Rose, and the others were gathered in the chamber. Their faces didn't look too good. When Han Hao arrived, he glanced at Statholm and asked, "Where are Asura and his men?" "They're in a guest room not far away," replied Statholm with a rather gloomy face. After hesitating for a moment, he softly said, "That Asura really is something. He didn't know what was going on and led his pursuers all the way here. We lost quite a number of men. Even Romont and Zovik almost didn't make it back alive. Fortunately, Han too kept opening the underground tunnels." "Guest room?" Han Hao's eyes glinted coldly as he stared at Statholm and asked, "Also in the underground palace?" "That's right." Statholm was rather surprised. He felt that Han Hao's reaction was rather odd. Asura had, after all, saved the Pandemonium. Even if Asura had brought disaster upon the Han family, they shouldn't be shutting him out. "Who brought Asura to the underground palace?" Han Hao put on a stern face and said coldly, "Didn't I tell Gilbert and the others to stay up there when I went to look for them? It was Asura who said that he wanted to come down and have a look. He saved the Pandemonium and has a good relationship with Brian." "What's wrong with that?" asked Han Hao. Phoebe bunched her brows. She felt that there was something wrong with Han Hao's attitude. The underground palace is the foundation of the Han family. Father has long said that outsiders are not to be allowed inside. "Does Asura count as an outsider?" asked Han Hao coldly. He looked at Phoebe and instructed Zovik, "Go and bring Asura out. Either he stays in the house above the Pandemonium or bring him to the mountain where Goran and the others were." "That's not how the Han family treats their guests," said Phoebe angrily. "There's something fishy about Asura. Given his realm, there's no way he wouldn't have sensed our pursuers. He must be up to something by not telling us about it immediately," said Han Hao coldly. He took a deep breath and shouted at Zovik, "What are you waiting for?" Zovik felt a chill in his heart. He stole a glance at Phoebe and saw that Phoebe was seriously thinking about what Han Hao meant. After a moment of hesitation, he decided that he would rather offend Phoebe than Han Hao. Chapter 961. Although there were many women in the Han family, only a few of them had real authority. Phoebe and Emily were the exceptions. In the past, when Han Shuo wasn't around, Phoebe and Emily's words were the most effective. Even Statholm and Mike Cotton had to listen to them in certain aspects. However, the situation took a turn for the worse with the arrival of Han Hao. Due to Han Hao's formidable strength and the admiration of Balins, Sanguiner, and Gilbert, Han Hao had become the second leader of the Han family under Han Shuo. Phoebe felt somewhat uncomfortable that her position had been taken away from her. After Zovik left, Statholm, Balins, and Gilbert did not voice their opinions. It appeared that they had tacitly accepted Han Hao's position in the Han family. Feeling a little angry, Phoebe shot a sideways glance at Little Skull Han Hao and shouted, "Asura might have been distracted by his subordinate's injuries, or he might have exhausted his energy in the battle. I don't think he's trying to bring disaster to the Han family, is he?" Emily and Fanny agreed with her words. As the few women were close to each other, it was only natural that they would stand on the same side. You have yet to reach that realm of strength. You will never understand how powerful the divine soul of an overgod is. Even if Asura is gravely injured, his divine soul should be able to detect dangers lurking in the dark. There's no way he would be ignorant, Han Hao said indifferently, as though he did not notice the anger of Phoebe and the other women. After pondering for a moment, Han Hao turned to Balins, Sanguiner, and Gilbert and said, "Gather the core members of the family. We must stay together at a time like this." "All right." Balins immediately nodded and immediately set off to work. "Han too, the 5 of you should get ready as well. If anything happens, send them to the central control center of the Pandemonium as quickly as possible. The defenses there are the strongest. You can use the Yuan Qi of the entire Pandemonium to defend against attacks from the outside. Even if an overgod attacks you, as long as the Yuan Qi of the Pandemonium isn't depleted, you'll be fine," instructed Han Hao without even looking at Phoebe. The 5 elite zombies did not waste any words and nodded to carry out his orders. At this moment, it was as if everyone had taken the initiative to filter out the anger on Phoebe's face and treated Han Hao as their leader. Everyone followed his orders and ignored the opinions of women like Phoebe. "I'm afraid Zovik can't handle it well. I'll go and have a look as well." After giving out his orders, Han Hao turned his gaze back to Phoebe and said, "The rest of you should get ready as well. It's best if you head to the central control center of the Pandemonium right away. Although the Pandemonium is vast, that place is the safest." Upon finishing those words, Han Hao turned around and left. "I don't see a single trace of my past self in this fella." Lisa was stunned. She shook her head with a bitter smile. Back when he was at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force on Profound Continent, Little Skeleton was ordered by Han Shuo to sneak into Lisa's room in the middle of the night and give her a good beating. Many years later, after Gilbert revealed Han Hao's identity, Lisa would often think of that scene. She would always try to find some trace of her past self in Han Hao. However, other than the 7-bone spurs on his back, she could not find any trace of his past self. "He's changed so much. I really didn't expect an undead creature to grow to such a level," exclaimed Fanny. She too had met Little Skull before, but she, too, did not expect him to grow to such heights. Humph, arrogant and egotistical. I really don't know how Brian managed to get him out. Phoebe said resentfully. Statholm, the old monster, who hadn't left, was a little embarrassed. He hesitated for a moment before he said, "He saved us before. His judgment is trustworthy in certain aspects." Phoebe, Brian really treats Han Hao like his own son. I don't think he'll like you calling Han Hao an undead creature. Brian really treats him like his own son," interjected Mike Cotton. He paused as if he suddenly remembered something. "You've been with Brian for so long. Why aren't you pregnant?" The women's faces darkened when they heard this. They all became uneasy. Statholm glanced at Mike Cotton. He suddenly thought of something. Could these women be jealous of Han Hao? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. None of them showed any signs of pregnancy for so many years. None of them were able to leave a seed for the Han family. Suddenly, Brian had a strange son like Han Hao. As his women, they would naturally have some thoughts. Statholm could not help but laugh when he thought about it. No wonder these women were acting so strangely. It turned out that he had a knot in his heart. It can't be that there's something wrong with Brian, right? Mike Cotton asked cautiously. Phoebe, Emily, Fanny, and so many others did not show any signs of pregnancy. It was obvious that there was no problem with them. So, it must be the man's problem. Phoebe and the others blushed when they heard Mike Cotton's question. They stammered, not knowing what to say. Ahem, Statholm said with a straight face. In terms of age, Mike Cotton and I are old enough to be your grandfathers. You don't need to hide anything. If it really is Brian's problem, we need to discuss it and think of a way to deal with it. This matter can be big or small. However, it is of utmost importance to the future of the Han family. We need to face it seriously. What are you thinking? Emily softly cried out. She stole a glance at Statholm and Mike Cotton with a blushing face and stammered, "It's just that Brian doesn't want it. He always says that he will only let us get pregnant after all the crises have been dealt with." Statholm and Mike immediately understood what was going on when they heard this. Given Han Shua's strength, he could control every part of his body at will. If he didn't want the women to get pregnant, he could easily do so. So that's how it is. In that case, just wait for a while longer. When everything is settled and we are no longer in danger, there won't be any problems, Statholm said with a smile. He felt that this matter should be easily resolved. That's right. We have been waiting for too long. It has been almost 100 years since we arrived on Elysium. How long will it take for us to wait until everything is safe and the crises have been dealt with? Phoebe grumbled softly with a blushing face. It seemed that she had a lot to complain about. When Brian comes back, the two of us will have a talk with him. But I don't know if it will work out. Mike Cotton hesitated for a moment. When he saw the women looking at him expectantly, he braced himself and agreed. The eyes of Phoebe, Emily, and the other women lit up. They cried out simultaneously, "Really? We will try. Statholm repeatedly signaled to Mike Cotton with his eyes and forced a smile. "Thank you so much." The women expressed their gratitude joyfully. After all, Statholm and Mike Cotton were his elders. They were eager to have a child. They thought that with their persuasion, Han Shua would take this issue seriously. All these years, Han Shua had been fighting wars all over the world. They had been living alone and desperately wanted to have a child. However, they were too embarrassed to tell Han Shua about it. They thought that Han Shua would know what to do. Little did they know that Han Shua would keep delaying until today and had yet to fulfill their wish. "We will do our best." Mike Cotton suddenly felt that Phoebe and the others were rather pitiful. For the sake of Han Shua, they had abandoned their families and elders on profound continent to come to Elysium. However, they did not spend most of their time on Elysium with Han Shua. They spent most of their time on Elysium alone. It was at this moment that an ear-piercing whistle sounded from a small hole in the wall. The faces of Phoebe, Statholm, and the others, who were discussing the issue of the House of Han's lineage, suddenly turned pale as though they were facing a formidable enemy. This roar will only be heard when the underground palace is facing the most powerful enemy. It has only been heard once since the formation of the pandemonium. What's going on? Phoebe cried out in alarm. "Let's go. Let's head to the secret chamber where the central hub is." Statholm wore a grave expression. He knew that no one would be bold enough to make such a joke at such a critical moment. There could only be one explanation for the whistle. The underground palace was facing an unforeseen crisis. Could Han Hao have guessed correctly? Lisa hesitated for a moment before she asked timidly. "Don't think too much. Our top priority is to protect ourselves." Mike Cotton shouted and pressed his hand on the area where the whistling sound came from. A stone door suddenly cracked open and a group of people hurriedly entered, quickly heading towards their destination. "Zovik, get out of here." Han Hao raised his bone spear and blocked the entrance of a narrow tunnel. He looked at Regis, the God Hunter Alliance's lightning overlord, and yelled, "Asura brought you in, didn't he? Where is he?" Regis chuckled and didn't answer Han Hao's question. Instead, he shot out a thick bolt of lightning that filled the entire hole, leaving no room for Han Hao to dodge. Han Tu, take everyone away. Little Skeleton yelled at a hole in the wall. He stabbed the bone spear in his hand into the wall, and the wall immediately collapsed, blocking off the passage between him and Regis. At the same time, Han Hao extended his arm and his bone spear transformed into an enormous bone shield in front of him. Let's go! Han Hao grabbed Zovik and immediately retreated. If Regis was here, then Isaiah, who cultivated in the energy of Earth, might also be in the underground palace. Han Hao knew that this was going to be a tough battle. Now wasn't the time to waste with Regis. Chapter 962. Regis wasn't surprised by Han Hao's actions. Given the current situation, it wasn't shameful to retreat despite knowing that he couldn't win. He just didn't expect Han Hao to be so decisive. He didn't waste any words and left with Zovik. The lightning rushed out, and the tightly blocked passage was forcibly penetrated by the lightning, directly bombarding the white bone shield. Dazzling white light blossomed on the bone shield. In an instant, the bone shield shattered into pieces and turned into dust. Regis's eyes glowed with electricity as he locked onto Han Hao's figure. He chuckled. Good reflexes. Extraordinary aptitude. Let's see where you can run to. Regis shot towards Han Hao like a bolt of lightning in the dark passageway, so fast that it was dazzling to behold. Han Hao, who was dragging Zovik away, immediately sensed Regis chasing after him. The uncomfortable aura on his body made him realize that Regis' divine soul had locked onto him. Zovik, you go first. Han Hao let go of Zovik and turned around, stabbing the bone spear in his hand into the ground. Strands of light visible to the naked eye shot into the passage. Suddenly, the hard earth in the passage was lifted up like a carpet and rolled back from Han Hao to Regis. The elemental energy of death surged out, forming a dense horde of bone spears that filled the narrow passageway. They shot towards the direction Regis had come from. Careful! Zovik looked back and said softly before leaving without looking back. Not bad, Han Hao. Regis praised. He suddenly spread out his domain of divinity in the narrow passage. The power of lightning crackled and spread out with Regis as the center. The bone spears shot toward Regis exploded one by one. His eyes narrowed, and two bolts of lightning shot out from his pupils. Like an electric dragon, they smashed the soil carpet that was rolling toward him, turning it into dust and falling to the ground. After the dust settled, Regis suddenly realized that he had lost track of Han Hao in his soul, and he was no longer in front of him. That's fast. Regis was stunned for a moment. His lips curled into an enigmatic smile as he muttered, "That's good too. It's easier to catch them all in one go." As long as Earth Elite Zombie Han Tu was present in the underground palace, he could open up a new tunnel from anywhere. As the favored child of the Earth, Earth Elite Zombie was using the energy of the Earth to his heart's content for the benefit of the Han family. As soon as Zovik entered a room, the flat wall suddenly split open, revealing a deep and dark hole. Zovik was a little puzzled at first, but he soon realized something and jumped into the hole without any hesitation. As soon as Zovik entered, the new hole miraculously closed up again. It was as smooth as a mirror, and there was no sign that it had cracked open at all. At this moment, in every area of the underground palace where members of the Han family were, new holes would open up. Once they entered the new hole, the hole would close up again. Not only that, but many of the tunnels that were originally there would suddenly collapse, blocking the path of the god hunters who were pursuing the House of Han. In the underground palace, Han Tu unleashed his energy to his heart's content. Based on his familiarity with the underground palace, he guided the members of the Han family that were scattered in different areas to the central hub where all the demonic formations were set up. With Han Tu's help, the core members of the House of Han were not in any life-threatening danger. They were brought away by Han Tu's energy and escaped from the God Hunter's pursuit. However, Han Tu did not immediately enter the central area that was heavily guarded. He was hiding in a secluded corner of the underground palace, using the images on the mirrors to release his power. Beside him were Han Jin, Han Hua, Han Mu, and Han Shui, as well as Andrina, who was wearing an astonished look on her face. Angelina, who was holding hands with Han Jin, stared blankly at Han Tu with her crystal-like eyes. She seemed extremely astonished. She could not understand how Han Tu, an early-stage high god, could manipulate the energy of the earth so skillfully and effortlessly. She could not understand how Han Tu was able to open up tunnels from such a great distance. As the daughter of the goddess of destiny, Andrina had a deep understanding of the 12 fundamental energies on Elysium. The goddess of destiny had explained to her in great detail the characteristics of the different energies and how far one could go in each realm. Even overgod earth cultivators like Asura and Isaiah wouldn't be able to do what Han Tu was doing, much less high gods. It was simply unimaginable. Andrina tightened her grip on Han Jin's hand and asked, "Where does his energy come from? Why is it so strange? It's as though the entire earth is a part of him. This is too amazing. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that an earth cultivator could manipulate the energy of the earth to such an extent." Han Jin smiled. He hesitated for a moment before pointing at Han Mu, Han Shui, and Han Hua, who were paying close attention to their surroundings. He whispered, "It's not just Han Tuesday. The three of them, including me, are all blessed with the ability to manipulate the energy of the earth. All of this was bestowed upon us by Father." "Brian, he's really—" Angelina was stunned, and then she shook her head with a bitter smile. "Someone's coming." Right at this moment, Han Mu let out a low growl and pointed at one of the earthen walls as if he was facing a formidable enemy. With a solemn expression, he said, "He also cultivates the power of earth." He must have sensed that the change in the power of earth in the entire underground palace is coming from here. If it's not Asura, then it's Isaiah. Han Tu, who had been focused on leading the Han family to safety, suddenly opened his eyes. "How's it going?" Han Jin asked. "It's almost done. I've sent away those who needed to be sent away. There are also some Han family guards. But there are too many of them, so I could only lead them to Big Brother's palace." Han Tu naturally knew what Han Jin was asking. "All right then. Let's leave as well," Han Jin said hastily after thinking for a moment. It was at this moment that not only did Han Tu and Han Mu, who cultivated the power of earth, sense that someone was approaching, even Han Jin sensed a powerful aura approaching them. That's right. Needless to say, it was either Isaiah or Asura who was approaching at full speed. As earth cultivators, even if they couldn't manipulate the energy of the earth as miraculously as Han Tu's earth restraints weren't a problem for them. And because Han Tu was constantly using the energy of the earth, they could accurately pinpoint Han Tu's location. They're fast. "Let's go!" Han Mu exclaimed and took a step back. Han Tu stood up and took the lead. The flat wall in front of him suddenly split open to reveal a tunnel. He quickly dove into it. Without hesitation, Han Jin and Han Hua rushed into the tunnel. As soon as they entered the tunnel, the independent secret chamber suddenly collapsed and the tunnel that had been split open immediately closed up. Boom! Boom! The earth shook violently, and a deafening rumble sounded from the area. A figure smashed through all the dirt in its way and appeared in the collapsed secret chamber. Isaiah carefully sensed for a moment and snorted. He opened his hand and sent another wave of divine energy at the area that Han Tu and the others had entered. The blast tore open a giant hole, and Han Mu, Han Jin, and the others disappeared in a flash. "So it's here." Isaiah sneered and shot in. To be able to cultivate the energy of the earth to the overgod realm, Isaiah was no ordinary person. In terms of using the energy of the earth, he might not be as good as Han Mu, but due to his high level of cultivation and immense divine energy, his offensive power far surpassed Han Tu's. Just the divine energy in his body allowed him to influence the structure of the earth, turning it into any shape he could imagine. As a cultivator of the earth, he couldn't communicate with the earth like Han Tu could, but he could still use his divine energy to influence the earth. Isaiah's control of his energy wasn't that great, but his offensive power far surpassed Han Tu's. Not only did he forcefully open up a tunnel with his divine energy, But he also gathered earth elemental essence around him, making his aura stronger and stronger. With each step he took, the entire underground palace seemed to tremble. Not good. Han too cried out in alarm. The chaotic earth elemental essence had overbearingly changed the structure of matter, and the surrounding area was filled with Isaiah's divine power. Han too had already lost control of the earth, and the constantly healing passageway began to shrink uncontrollably. "I'll do it." At this moment, Angelina, who had seen the crisis, suddenly shouted out. Han Jin, who was holding hands with her, suddenly sensed a terrifying wave of energy from her palm. It was something that could only be created by hundreds of energy towers activating at the same time. A blinding light burst forth from Angelina's body, forming a pillar of light that shot towards the approaching Isaiah. Isaiah's expression changed when he saw the blinding light. He had no choice but to use the divine energy he'd sent into the earth to defend against the wave of energy. The tunnel in front of him suddenly shrank, the earth forming a sturdy barrier in front of him. An earth-shattering explosion rang out from the energy pillar and Isaiah's earth barrier. Everyone in the underground palace felt the terrifying tremors as the earth above them fell in large chunks. "It's done!" Han too cried out in delight. He immediately sensed that Isaiah's divine energy that filled the earth around him had disappeared once more. The tunnel in front of him split open once more. Han too was the first to rush in, followed closely by Han Mu, Han Shui, and Han Hua. "Let's go!" Han Jin grabbed Angelina and ran in the direction that Han too had disappeared, ignoring Angelina's thoughts. Knowing that there was a powerful Isaiah behind them, the party didn't dare to stay any longer. Before Isaiah could react, they were already far away from the area. Soon, the 5 elite zombies and Angelina broke through the barrier and arrived at the central control center of the Pandemonium's formations. It was a spacious chamber that was only a few dozen meters underground. Above them was the circular platform with the cauldron of myriad demon. Not only could it draw in the elements of heaven and earth, it could also collect the souls of those who died in the Pandemonium. "Why are you pulling me back in such a hurry? It's just Isaiah, I'm not afraid of him." Angelina grumbled softly to Han Jin after entering the secret chamber. Han Jin forced a smile and said, "I'm just worried that you'll be in danger." Angelina giggled and said, "I have a treasure in my hand. Even Isaiah can't do anything to me." Han Jin was stunned. "Can you use that treasure to kill Isaiah? If you can, we'll go back and kill him right away." "That thing can only save my life, it can't kill him." Angelina shook her head and said, "My mother forbids me from killing people. If she gave me the Mirror of Destiny, I would really be able to kill Isaiah." The Mirror of Destiny. The overgod weapon of the Goddess of Destiny? Statholm was stunned. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. If Angelina were to get her hands on the overgod weapon of the Goddess of Destiny, who knew how much trouble she'd cause? "Who else isn't here yet?" Han Hao asked Phoebe with a frown. After this ordeal, Phoebe, Emily, and the other women finally calmed down. They no longer dared to blame Han Hao for being overly cautious. They knew that it was fortunate that Han Hao had reacted in time and ordered Han too to evacuate as soon as he sensed something was wrong. Otherwise, who knew how many members of the Han family would have died in the underground palace? Phoebe's gaze swept across the room as she silently calculated in her mind for a moment. She then said, "Those from profound continents should all be here." "That's good." Han Hao nodded and instructed the 5 elite zombies, "Seal the door." The 5 elite zombies wasted no time. As soon as they received Han Hao's order, they immediately used their elemental energies to control the walls. 5 colored rays of light emanated from their bodies and slowly seeped into the walls. Under the power of the 5 of them, a series of muffled sounds came from the surroundings of the secret chamber. There was even a creaking sound coming from the top of their heads, as if a huge machine was working. At the same time, the endless chi of heaven and earth in the array of ultimate heaven and earth suddenly separated and slowly flowed into the secret chamber where they were. Layers of strange lights reflected on the walls, and all kinds of barriers and demonic formations suddenly took shape. Daka, who had been suffocated by the Sky Annihilation formation, immediately sensed the change and felt the pressure lessen. However, he still needed some time to get out of the formation. Chapter 963. At the central hub, all members of the Han family had gathered together to deal with Regis and Isaiah's pursuit. The 5 elite zombies unleashed their energies and gathered the yuan qi of heaven and earth surrounding the Sky Annihilation Formation to form the strongest defense possible, turning the secret chamber into an impenetrable fortress, leaving not the slightest opening. Everyone knew that Regis and Isaiah would find this place sooner or later. Even though they knew that hiding here wasn't the way to go, they had no choice but to do so. At the very least, even if Regis and Isaiah were to arrive, they wouldn't be able to break through the layers of barriers that Han Shuo had painstakingly set up. Before Han Shuo left, he had told them that he would return as soon as he was done with his business. That was why they thought that all they had to do was wait for Han Shuo to come out before the secret chamber was destroyed. Han Shuo had told them that in the Pandemonium Tanai, his power would be greatly enhanced. No overgod who cultivated in any kind of esoteric energy would be a match for him as long as they didn't possess a true quintessence. Brian will definitely return before they break through the wall. Emily said confidently. Don't worry. Even if Father can't come back in time, the 5 of us will be able to hold on for a while if we try our best to operate the penta-elemental undead formation. Han Jin smiled and comforted the nervous Han family members. If I use my treasure, I can stop at least one overgod. I can guarantee that he won't have the time to deal with you all. Andrina said with a giggle as she held onto Han Jin's hand. She didn't seem too concerned about the crisis. After hearing these words, the originally gloomy faces of the crowd relaxed a bit. Their words were no longer as solemn as before, and they began to discuss when Han Shuo would return, as well as the dangerous situation just now. Although Han Hao didn't say anything, everyone naturally treated him as their pillar of support. His accurate judgment had played a crucial role in informing Han too of the rescue operation as soon as possible. That was why they were able to bring the key figures to this place. Don't be too optimistic. Prepare for the worst. Han Hao said calmly. He glanced at Han Jin and Andrina and said, there are currently 7 overgod experts in Pandemonium. Daka, Dagmar, and Acer are temporarily trapped, but once Miller and the others figure out the situation in Pandemonium and get the 3 of them out, I believe that the 7 overgods, including Asura, will be able to break this secret chamber's defenses for long. Everyone's expression changed when they heard that. It was as if they had just realized just how many terrifying enemies the Pandemonium has. However, other than Miller, Isaiah, and Regis, there was also Daka, Dagmar, Acer, and even Asura, who had yet to be seen. Every single one of them was an overgod. If they did not work together, the secret room might have been able to hold on for a while longer. However, once the 7 of them struck out together, the terrifying power would be unimaginable. No matter how much confidence they had in Han Shuo, they didn't think that the secret chamber would be able to withstand the combined attacks of all 7 overgods. Brother, what do we do? Han Jin cried out. I'm thinking. Han Hao slowly sat cross-legged on the ground and closed his eyes in silence, his brows furrowed. Regis and Isaiah led their men to clear out any Han family guards that hadn't escaped. They then headed straight for the secret chamber where Han Hao and the others were. Only the core members of the Han family were allowed to stay in the underground palace. Apart from them, there were only a small number of guards in charge of communications. As such, apart from the core members of the Han family who had come from the profound continent, there weren't many guards in the underground palace. Regis and Isaiah had only killed a few dozen guards after searching the place. They were very curious as to why the Han family only had so many guards at their disposal. What he didn't know was that most of the House of Han's guards were in the mountains outside the Pandemonium. As soon as the underground palace was in danger, Han Hao and the others hid in the secret chamber and sent word to their guards. The Han family guards in the mountains immediately followed the path metal elite zombie had opened up and hid in the mountains further away. Even Regis and Isaiah couldn't penetrate the boundaries on the mountains with their souls, so they didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. After Regis and Isaiah roamed the underground palace for a while, Miller quietly appeared. When the three gathered, Regis smiled and asked, "Did he bring you in?" Miller smiled and nodded. "Yes." "How's the situation?" "The important figures should be gathered together." "Ha, that's good. We don't have to search one by one anymore," Isaiah said as he pointed in a direction above his head. Isaiah pointed in a direction above his head. "They're all over there. The stronger the defenses, the easier it is to see. Daka, Dagmar, and Asser are all into." "When Asura brought me here, he said he got the news from them," Miller said with admiration. Miller's face was full of admiration. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that this place had so many tricks up its sleeves. It was actually able to trap Daka, Dagmar, and Asser at the same time. Unbelievable." "Yeah, it's a good thing we pretended to be Asura's men and snuck in. Otherwise, we might have been trapped like Daka and the others. That Brian really is an amazing person." Regis also sighed with deep emotion. "What about Daka, Dagmar, and Asser?" Miller thought for a moment before asking Isaiah, a cultivator of the arcane of earth. This operation was mainly planned by Isaiah and Asura, so he would listen to Isaiah's opinion on important matters. "What does that have to do with us?" Isaiah laughed. "They walked into the trap themselves. We didn't set them up, so why should we save them?" Isaiah clearly had no intention of getting the three out. Miller and Regis exchanged glances and nodded with a smile. It seemed like they agreed with Isaiah's decision. "Let's go take a look at where they're hiding. Remember, before Brian shows up, we can't kill anyone. This pandemonium is too interesting. The three of us will be in charge of it in the future. We have to force Brian to tell us all the secrets of this place before we get rid of them." Isaiah laughed. "Of course." Miller and Regis burst into laughter. One of the main reasons why they wanted to deal with the pandemonium was because of its miraculous defenses. A fortress that could trap three overgods, Daka, Dagmar, and Asser, was far more valuable to them than the Omphalos itself. As far as they were concerned, the God Hunter Alliance was destined to win the war against the Fringe from the very beginning. Before the battle even started, they had already thought about how they would divide the land after taking over the Fringe. It was foreseeable that in the future, the Fringe would be filled with factions led by the 12 God Hunter Alliances. The God Hunter Alliance wasn't a tightly knit group. Their main goal was to increase their strength and convenience as much as possible. With that, Pandemonium, with its incredible defenses and treacherous movements, would become a treasure trove for them. With Pandemonium, even if they were to fall out with other factions in the future, they would be invincible. As such, they had to take over Pandemonium first. Soon, the three of them arrived at the secret room Han Hao and the others were in. Colorful light shone from the walls. At a glance, the walls looked like they were made of glass. They looked gorgeous and didn't look like earthen walls at all. Strands of strange energy flowed through the patterns on the walls like flowing water, giving off an aura of rejection. Just as the three approached the secret room, they felt a gentle energy pushing them out. Even Regis, Miller, and Miller, who were overgods, couldn't help but take a few steps back. Suddenly, their faces lit up with excitement. "It's amazing! Asura didn't lie to me." Isaiah laughed heartily and said, "No wonder Asura would betray Brian to work with us. I think he's been coveting this place for a long time. Humans are greedy. Anyone who comes here will want to take everything for themselves. This trip was well worth it." Regis looked ahead in surprise and carefully sensed the various powers contained in the wall. He had an eager expression on his face as he said, "I can't wait. Let me try first." Isaiah and Miller looked at each other and smiled, taking a few steps back so that Regis could do as he pleased. Bolts of lightning converged together, gradually forming an incomparably thick bolt of lightning. Under Regis's control, it crashed into the shining earthen wall in front of him. A deafening sound came from within. The power of thunder and lightning was suddenly released, and then disappeared without a trace in an instant. "Amazing!" Regis cried out in surprise. He could feel that the earthen wall, which contained a strange power, had only caved in a little under the lightning attack of 80% of his power. Then, it returned to its original state in an instant. How surprising, Miller nodded. Millet nodded. His eyes flashed, and an incomparably large wind blade streaked across the sky. There was a crisp crack as the wind element and divine power condensed into a giant wind blade shattered inch by inch. There's a strange power in the wall that can destroy elemental structures. That Brian fellow really is a genius. I wonder where he learned such a strange power. Isaiah explained after a moment of testing, closing his eyes in thought. According to the information we received, he'll be back soon. Yes, with Asura as our chess piece in the House of Han, we can take our time to play him. When we get all the secrets of Pandemonium out of him, not even Daka and the others will be able to break free. Isaiah was overjoyed. The more mysterious and unexpected the Pandemonium was, the happier he was. In his heart, the Pandemonium was already his. Come, let's give it a try. No matter what kind of defense it is, it needs the support of energy. I don't think there's any defense that can last forever under our repeated attacks. Miller thought for a moment before saying with a serious expression. This was an unchanging truth since time immemorial. All defensive barriers and seals required the support of energy. This energy could be provided by the energy crystals in the energy towers or by the divine energy or elemental energy left behind by the caster. But no matter how strong the defense was, every attack would deplete the energy source. Once the energy source was depleted, the defense would be broken no matter how strong it was. Miller, Regis, and Isaiah clearly knew that. After some preparation, they attacked one after another, combining lightning, earth, and wind elemental attacks on the wall that Han Hao and the others were hiding in. Under the power of the trio, Phoebe, Emily, Stratholme, and the others in the secret chamber all felt the intense tremors. Deafening booms landed on the walls, causing them to tremble along with it. However, the secret chamber was powered by the natural energy that had been gathered in Pandemonium over the years. Thanks to Han Shua's meticulous setup, its defenses were shockingly strong. Miller, Isaiah, and Regis attacked the wall no less than 30 times, but they still weren't able to break through. The three of them stared at the wall in disbelief. They didn't expect that even with their overgod strength, they wouldn't be able to break through the layers of barriers on the wall even after 10 attacks each. Stop attacking! Just as the three of them were about to persevere and continue, they heard a voice at the same time. After a while, Asura walked over with a solemn expression and explained, "The more you attack, the more strange energy surges from where Daka is imprisoned. At this rate, Daka will be able to escape very soon. Once the three of them escape, we won't be able to control Pandemonium anymore." There's such a thing? Isaiah stared in shock. I can clearly feel the flow of gaseous energy from above. It's coming from where Daka is imprisoned. As you continue attacking, Daka's restraints seem to be weakening. I'm sure of it, Asura said. Isaiah, Regis, and Regis immediately stopped attacking. They were even more surprised by the layout of Pandemonium. We can put on a show now. Brian should be able to return to the Pandemonium soon, said Asura with a confident smile when he saw that Isaiah and the other two had stopped fighting. Chapter 964. After flying for a few days, Han Shua and Wasis finally arrived at a mountain peak a few dozen miles away from the Pandemonium. Han Shua's expression changed when he looked in the direction of the Pandemonium. He immediately knew that something must have happened to the Pandemonium. All of Tanai's formations were created by Han Shua, so he knew exactly what each formation did. Just by looking at it from afar, Han Shua could sense that something was amiss from the abnormal flow of the Yuan Qi in Tanai. The Sky Annihilation Formation and the Central Secret Chamber that controlled all of Tanai's formations were giving off strong Yuan Qi undulations. The Sky Annihilation Formation indicated that a terrifying expert had entered Tanai, while the Central Secret Chamber indicated that the Han family had encountered irresistible danger. Otherwise, the Secret Chamber wouldn't have been activated. Han Shua felt a chill run down his spine. He wanted to enter the pandemonium as soon as possible to see what was going on. Brian, is there a problem? Wasis noticed that something was wrong with Han Shuo and quickly caught up to him. Wazir's question caused Han Hao to slow down for a moment. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. He calmed himself down and calmed his mind. He calmed himself down and calmed his mind. After a series of thoughts, he calmed himself down and calmed himself down. Something must have happened to the pandemonium. However, the most powerful secret chamber I set up still has Yuan Qi undulations. That means that the final layer of defense hasn't been destroyed yet. Han Shuo didn't rush into the pandemonium. Instead, he calmly explained to Wasis, I'm certain that Daka and the others have entered the pandemonium. However, given the pandemonium's defenses, they shouldn't have been able to break through in such a short period of time. They shouldn't have the power to force my people to open the central secret chamber. Something is wrong. No one knew the power of Tanai's formations better than Han Shuo. Back in the battle at the Misty Sea, Han Shuo had tested the power of Daka and the others. Based on his understanding of the three, he didn't think that they could break through the pandemonium's defenses in such a short period of time. It was precisely because of this confidence that Han Shuo left the pandemonium and headed to Glacial Peak to rescue Wasis. Could it be that there are other enemies? Wazir asked tentatively after a moment's thought. He was very confident in his words. That shouldn't be possible. Han Shuo pondered for a moment and said, apart from our own people, no one can enter Tanai without permission. Everything will be clear once we go in. Han Shuo nodded and prepared to enter the pandemonium as Wasis suggested. Suddenly, a faint aura came from afar. Han Shuo's heart thumped and he immediately released an extremely weak strand of aura from his consciousness. Faint soul undulations emanated from his body. Who are you contacting? Wasis was stunned. The unique soul undulations from Han Shuo were extremely well hidden. If he were to stick close to Han Shuo, he definitely wouldn't be able to detect it. Wasis, who was an overgod, knew that this was an extremely secretive method of communication between experts. Only when the two of them had a tacit understanding of each other's soul undulations would they be able to sense each other within a certain distance. Wait a moment. Han Shuo waved his hand and brought Wasis to a secluded corner of the mountain peak. He gestured for Wasis to wait with him. Wasis was puzzled. He didn't understand why Han Shuo would have the time to wait at such a crucial moment. He tried to guess the identity of the intruder. Could it be that he had hidden some pawns among Daka, Dagmar, and Acer? Who could it be? Since when did he have anything to do with Daka's god hunters? Just as Wazir was trying to figure out what was going on, a faint electric spark appeared in a cluster of dark clouds and suddenly descended before Han Shuo. A figure gradually appeared in front of him. Salis. Wasis. The two of them exclaimed simultaneously as though they were facing a great enemy. Frost aura and lightning bolts were released as though they were about to fight to the death. We're on the same side. Han Shuo waved his hand to stop them from acting rashly. He suddenly appeared between the two of them and said, Don't be surprised. We're on the same side. Neither Salis nor Wasis knew of the other's existence. Before they met, they thought of each other as enemies. So, the moment they saw each other, they immediately drew their swords. No matter how I guessed, I never expected it to be you. For the first time, Wasis smiled wryly. Brian, I can't believe you even dragged Salis down with you. This is really surprising. Brian, I have to say, you're really terrifying. Han Shuo had defeated Salis, seized his position in the fringe, and destroyed his foundation in Empyrean Peak. No matter how one looked at it, the two of them had an irreconcilable hatred for each other. There was no doubt about that. Yet, the two of them were actually working together in secret. If Wasis hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it even if someone presented him with proof. I'm also very curious. You didn't even give Tyre any face. Why would you leave Glacial Peak to come here? Salis was equally shocked. He looked at Wasis with an odd expression, then at Han Shuo. Shaking his head, he said with a bitter smile, No wonder you can do so well in the fringe. I'm finally convinced of my defeat today. One was Wasis, and the other was Salus. The two sovereigns of the fringe sincerely expressed their admiration for each other. Let's not talk about this. Han Shuo didn't get complacent. The crisis in Pandemonium made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He hurriedly asked Salus, "You've been lurking around Dhaka all this time. What's going on?" As he spoke, the demon general in Han Shuo's body had already sneaked into Pandemonium. However, the demon general could only see the current situation and couldn't see everything that had happened in Tanai. So, Han Shuo needed news from Salus. First, Dhaka, Dagmar, and Acer entered Pandemonium. Everything they did was within our expectations. They're trapped inside just as you predicted? Salus briefly explained the situation of Dhaka, Dagmar, and Acer before continuing. However, you probably didn't expect that after Dhaka, Dagmar, and Acer, Miller, Isaiah, and Regis would also come to the fringe, right? What's going on? Han Shuo's expression changed to one of shock. I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I'm certain that Isaiah and the others didn't enter Pandemonium like Dhaka and the others did. Instead, they entered Tanai's underground palace. Salus thought for a moment before he suddenly looked Han Shuo in the eye and said solemnly, "You must have no idea who brought them into the Han family's underground palace, right?" "It's Asura," Han Shuo shouted coldly. Regis, Sayant, and Miller's target was Asura. Their sudden appearance in Pandemonium definitely has something to do with Asura. Given the tight defenses of Pandemonium, they definitely wouldn't have been able to enter without someone they know leading the way. Upon hearing that, Salus was taken aback. He smiled bitterly and said, "How did you guess that? Damn it, it seems like you've been wary of Asura for a long time now." Dhaka, Dagmar, Acer, Isaiah, Miller, Regis, and Asur. A total of 7 overgods are in Tanai. Han Shuo's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. "Let's plan this out carefully. This battle isn't going to be easy. Thankfully, this is Pandemonium, my territory. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have a 10% chance of winning. Dhaka and the others are still trapped. Isaiah and the others haven't gotten rid of them yet. In fact, we only need to deal with Isaiah, Asura, and Isaiah." Salus said. "That makes things much easier. If we grasp this point, it will be much easier to act." Han Shuo's expression relaxed. After a moment of silence, he said to Wasis and Salus, "Don't show yourselves for now. I'll go take a look. I'm sure Asura thinks I don't know what's going on and might plot against me. I'll do as he wishes." The three of them discussed for a while and settled on a general plan of action. Then, Salus and Wasis went into hiding, leaving Han Shuo to go to Pandemonium alone. ****, he's here!" Asura and Tanai exclaimed. "He's finally here!" Isaiah and the others were overjoyed. They had waited for so long for their master to arrive. From their point of view, Han Shuo's arrival meant that they would be able to grasp all the secrets of Pandemonium and truly own it. "He definitely hasn't suspected me yet." Asura smiled and said, "We can put on a good show. As long as I can gain his trust, I can catch him off guard and severely injure him. With the help of the three of you, we can completely subdue him and threaten him with the lives of his family members. He'll definitely reveal some of Tanai's secrets. Then what are we waiting for?" Isaiah laughed. Asura didn't say anything else and immediately left. He flew into one of Tanai's misty regions and inflicted some light injuries on himself before fleeing in a panic. Isaiah and the others were hot on his heels, as though they were determined to take Asura down. "That's quite a good show." Han Shuo, who had just entered the Pandemonium, smirked. With one thought, a large formation in the Pandemonium shifted from a few miles away to Isaiah Road. The demonic formation appeared so abruptly that it enveloped Asura in an instant. "Oh, Asura!" Acer, the overgod of darkness who had been trapped in the demonic formation for a whole day, suddenly noticed that there was an extra person inside. When he looked closely, he realized that it was Asura, one of the 5 sovereigns. Cried Asura. His face was filled with astonishment and bewilderment. He yelled, "Why are you here?" "That's what I wanted to ask you." Acer smirked and immediately attacked the confused Asura. In his opinion, Asura was helping Han Shuo deal with him, so he had to make the first move. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.